Yo, yo, yo. What's up? What up, Unc? Funny. How is everybody this evening? I'm still getting everything set up here. I don't know if you guys can hear all the crickets and stuff going on. Notifications are working, apparently. That's cool. YouTube did something correct, maybe. Oh, who wants to see where I am? Yeah, it's been a while. Probably close to a year. Why and Lewison are great guesses. You're both wrong, but technically I'm in between them, so. You probably can't see the river behind me, but that's where I am on the side of the road. You guys are all set up in my car. Why aren't I sleeping? I slept for like an hour or something, so right now I feel pretty good. I guess I'll start drinking. Because I guess that was like the goal or whatever. Am I out? Well, if I'm alone, what can happen, you know? I think this is the first time I've actually tasted alcohol since I did this last time. And blueberry margarita wine stuff, not bad, but I can definitely taste the alcohol. Whew! A big old bear could eat me. They could if they were here. I don't think we have a lot of bears. Uh, so, what I wanted to do. Well, Joanne, I can't make promises. I'm not in Idaho, but that didn't really help Brian either. I was gonna watch parts of the sentencing hearing, mainly what Bill Thompson said. Does anybody have a good video to watch with the audio? Maybe Kane, I don't know. I don't even know who streamed that hearing. Who streamed the hearing that has good audio that we should watch? Travel with the big dog. If I had a big dog, I would. I think my gun is in the car, and I have a knife, so. I actually just jumped some dude's truck down here. Like I was taking a nap in my car, And this truck like parked, and then a while later his daughter came over and was like, can you jump us? And I was like, if you guys have cables, because I don't have mine. Is the knife a K-bar? I can't answer that. But anyways, somebody give me a good channel that streamed the hearing so we can watch it. About the train. The train rolled by a while ago. I wasn't actually sure if they still use this train, so I was kind of surprised. You know, it'd be kind of fun. East Idaho News. I don't want to support them. Ugh. Are you crazy? Actually, I'm going to do it this way. Where am I? I am on the Snake River in between Wawawai and Lewiston, Clarkston. I'm going to see if I can join the stream from my phone. The first burp. Now, nobody joined the stream. Just kidding. If you guys want to come up, I don't care. I'm just going to join from my phone, and then maybe I can give you guys like a better view, you know? Oh, yeah, here we go. You guys are going to like this shot. Sorry about that. I muted my speaker on here already, but apparently it's still going. I don't know if you can hear it. I hope not. So that's like up the river, and that's like directly behind me. And then that would be like down the river and a little bit of my shoulder. But it's pretty cool. You can kind of see the sky. We probably won't see the stars later on because we tried it before, but yeah. Get out of here, Twiz. All right. Where is JJ? Kane cloned you both. I don't know. What picture was that? Out of my car? I don't know how I could do that except Discording it myself. Where did my phone go? I guess you want that one. That's what I fell asleep to a while ago, which was kind of interesting. It's actually like fairly warm down here. Um, it was like 100 degrees, and then my car said it was like 95 when I parked, and the sun went down fairly soon after that. Now it's pretty comfy out here. The hell is that link? What up, Philly guy? Yo. Philly guy left us. Yeah, you could show whatever. It's fine, right? Mm-mm-mm-mm. I am so professional. I haven't done this in like a year or something. Hi, Miss Potts. There you go, Miss Potts. Don't be scared to hit the link. Yeah, I'm sure you can. They got really loud a while ago. Boom, 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 boom. Hello, Seahawks. Lovely 360p quality. All right, well, I'm gonna wait for Miss Potts if she wants to come up here. In the meantime, let me get this mosquito off my screen. I'm still floored you didn't know about us. Well, if you're floored, be floored at each other because you guys didn't tell me. It's not that I did something to not know. Yeah, non-implication of Brian. But I mean, he obviously did it, right? Because they have his DNA in the house and his car driving around. So he's obviously guilty. Hello, Miss Potts.
Oh, well, hello.
Hey, why are you mad at me?
Not mad at you. I am kind of mad at you.
I don't even know what happened.
What do you mean?
Well, like, I commented on your thing
Well,
that
you
you
said it's
flipped
not a
really
big deal,
fast.
right? You said it's not that serious, right?
Well, Meg was saying something about me yelling or something. I'm like, the only person I've yelled at is Willie, and that's because he yelled at me. So are you mad because of the comment or is it something else?
No. I'm mad because of the way that you were talking to me.
When?
I don't give a fuck how you talk to Willie. That's between y'all.
But I haven't talked to you. This is what I'm confused about.
No, in like chats and stuff. Yes, you have.
Oh.
I just took it as you were being kind of like you're mocking. You're mocking people's intelligence or trying to insinuate that they're somehow less intelligent and you're smarter and you know more and whatever. And we're all
Well, I
not
mean,
supposed to
that's
be like that.
obviously
We're all
true,
just
right?
friends, I thought. We're
Kidding.
internet friends, I thought.
No, the whole point of me acting like a dickhead is to open people's minds up to the idea that maybe Brian didn't commit the crime and he had to plead guilty, you know? That's all it was.
Hey, I
It
can
was
get
never
on
that
board with that,
serious.
buddy. I mean, I can get on board with that, but I think maybe your approach, you'll probably get, more
Yeah,
fly. What's the
my
old saying, right?
my approach is done for a reason, you know what I'm saying? Like, but it wasn't personal for me towards anyone else. You know, if you want to be mad at me, you can be mad at me for it. That's fine.
I'm not mad at
I did
you.
it.
It's cool. We're fine. We're fine. I
Sweet.
think we're fine. Is that why you wanted me to click the link so you can ask me why I'm mad at you?
Yeah, I told Heather to give you my number earlier. I don't know if she did
Heather
or not.
knows better than that.
But I was like, I'm super confused. And Meg was like, you yelled at her. I was like, when did I yell at anybody? And then other than Willie, but he deserved it.
Heather isn't giving. Oh, you meant give me your number. I'm like, Heather isn't giving out my number. She would never.
Yeah, I know. Give you my number so then you could call me if you wanted to,
We're
talk.
fine, Twiz. Don't worry. We're fine. I actually, I was pondering your whole little there's a plan thing, right? I've been pondering it for a while now. Like, okay, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm very open minded, very open minded. So I'm like, okay, if there is a plan, maybe, maybe I could potentially, I will give you that if you want to get this case out of that fucked up court and away from that fucked up judge, maybe you just take a plea and file your appeal. I could see that. But
What did
like
Willie do to make you
legally,
so mad you stopped
legally,
talking?
there's what,
What
honey?
the fuck just happened? Oh, this is playing. Let me pause that. What did Willie do to make you so mad you stopped talking?
It's oh my god, that's so funny. We were on Dago's panel, and it's just Willie being Willie. Me and
Yeah,
him, we go back and forth. I talk to him every day, so it's like totally fine. You know what I mean? I will argue with him for like a straight hour, and then he's like, "Yo, I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'll call you back later." And it's fine.
nice.
But no, I was on panel and he just, it is what it is. I said, you know what? I'll just stop talking because like every time I said something, I was like, forget it. I'll just stop talking. But no, it was fine. I wasn't mad, no.
Nice. Holy fuck, what kind of bug is that? That thing is big.
So why are you live so late? Oh, wait, no, it's not late for you, is it?
It's 9:24.
Oh, so like it's just beginning, huh?
Yeah, so I was gonna go live yesterday and get drunk, and then I was so tired because I couldn't really sleep the night before. So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna get drunk and be tired because that would be crazy. And then I got some sleep last night, and it still wasn't enough, so I almost didn't go live again tonight. But then I just took a nap, so I should be good for a couple hours,
All right. Well, what's the plan? What are you talking about here?
Just how much of a joke the hearing was and the press conference mainly.
Yeah, that press conference was bullshit.
Dude, I was literally on the floor in the back laughing my ass off the entire time.
I mean, but these docs are just, I'm like, bro, how do you find that much blood in someone else's apartment? I,
Well,
I don't
okay,
get it. And you
let's
don't
stop.
got it. And you're not
Let's
like,
stop
hey, we
right
might have a
there, right?
secondary crime scene.
let's stop right there, right? Because they have blood in the house that they say aren't connected to the crime. So why would they not say
I
that something in
understand.
the
I
apartment
guess
next
what blows my
door?
mind, though, is that two of these investigators are pointing out that the blood over here looks very similar to the droplets. It's just, it's
Well,
wild
my
90.
new theory from what the new documents have said, right? Because Dylan said that she heard somebody say, like, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you" or whatever, right? I think it's
Mm,
perp to perp, and the perp that said it, he said it to the guy that cut himself. That's my theory. Because the dude cut himself, and then the other guy was like, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you," right?
mm.
With your bleeding hand or whatever.
Yeah, but I think in one of these documents, though, in one of her initial statements, Dylan says that it didn't sound like the person when they said, "I'm going to help you," it wasn't said in a nice way.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're
It's
stabbing people. They're not going to be like calm, you know?
Yeah, makes sense. Letting his buddy know, don't worry, I'll help you. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. Listen, I'm
That's just
I'm
my
of the
theory.
opinion, right? I'm of the opinion right now that okay, he pled, right? Great, he pled. There's one of two things occurring here. He's pleading to get this case out of that bullshit court and away from that bullshit judge. Okay, great. I don't know why you'd waive your like appeals or whatever, but you get to appeal, so great. You get 42 days. The only thing I could tell you is if no appeal is filed in the next 42 days, homie is accepting that he did this, whether anybody believes he did it or not. So if we don't see appeal the next like very soon, I don't know what else to say. He he
Yeah, I
is
was
fine
thinking
with
about this
taking
just a little while ago, right? And like I don't know everything that goes on behind the scenes, but I know like they really try to lock down Brian from talking to other people, right? In fact,
right.
like the person that I know that talks to him, like Massoth told him not to, but that she couldn't stop him, right?
Hmm.
So like what if he was guilty, right? If he was guilty, why would they stop him from talking to people? That's what I don't understand. Because like you see Wade Wilson
Right.
talking to people out there, you know, you see all these other people, they can talk to people, but like not only does he
Right.
listen to his attorneys, but like if he really did commit the crime, why would they stop him from talking?
Mm. Well, I could see maybe prior to all of this, but now that this is where we're at, I mean, he should be able to talk to whoever he wants.
Well, he already can talk to whoever he wants. It's just that his attorneys advise him not to, and then he doesn't do it.
Yeah, but I don't think he can talk to whoever he wants. Almost positive there's still an approval list and stuff like that.
Yeah, but like anybody can really get approved, you know, unless there's like some reason not to. But like, there's a lot of
Mm.
people that try to talk to him and he doesn't respond, you know,
Oh, right.
like Mrs. P messages him and he doesn't message her back. He messages the other person and then Mrs. P talks to that other person. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
Like he can talk to people, he just doesn't.
Mm. I mean, it's probably better he doesn't.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, why would they do that if he was guilty and they knew it? You know, like why would they stop him from talking? It doesn't
I
make
just
a lot
feel
of
like at this point, right? Either if we don't see an appeal at all, then that means he is saying he did this and he did this alone, regardless of how many other men's blood spilled in that crime scene. He's saying, just me. Why he would do that, I have no clue,
yeah.
right? No clue. So there's only two things that can happen here. You're going to be seeing an appeal very soon filed, right? And he's going to say, fuck this. No, no, this was, maybe they do have a plan, but I don't know.
Well,
If
this
we
is
don't
what
see
I
an
know. Okay,
appeal.
2 days before the announcement that the plea deal was coming out, he was saying that this has never been about the truth and you're gonna have to trust me. Right?
Mm.
And then the plea comes out. And we're just like, what the fuck? Right?
Mm.
And they were like,
Yeah, because it totally came out of nowhere.
yeah. So they, or at least the one person was on the phone with him that night telling him to withdraw it or not do it, shit like that. And he's like, no, you're just gonna have to trust me. So like, I'm just saying there's a plan here somewhere if the guy didn't do it. And he's saying that he
Right.
didn't do it, so
Oh, I agree, but here's the thing, okay? I don't know how, you, you know, I talked about Ray's testicular fortitude. All right. If
yeah.
Brian is 100% innocent and he just sat in that courtroom and had prison rape threatened on him repeatedly, while one of the sisters of the victims tells him what a loser piece of shit he is and that her sister would have kicked his fucking ass,
Yeah,
okay,
I
if
would
he didn't
have loved
creep
to see
in on
that.
her like a pedophile. Um, I mean, if he's entirely innocent, okay, and he just sat through all of this in the last 2.5 years, I'm gonna have to go out on a limb and say he has more testicular fortitude than Ray. Like, I don't even know what to say.
Why? Cyray
Because,
can't talk. It's not that he doesn't want to.
bro, I'm talking about for Brian to sit there
No, I
just
got you, but
stone
like,
faced and
how is
have
that? How is that
he
bigger balls than
turned the
Cyray?
podium that said, "Do not move this thing." There's a sign on it that says, "Don't move it." Motherfucker grabbed it and spun it right towards him.
Oh yeah.
Like he didn't move. He barely blinked. He barely moved. So I look at it as you have to have nerves of fucking steel to sit there. If you're totally innocent and these people are saying the things they're saying to you in this courtroom in front of your parents and your sisters, and you know you're fully innocent, I feel like your body's own like visceral reaction would be to shake your head or like, fuck this, you know what? Look at your lawyer and be like, wait, you didn't fucking tell me it was going to be like this. Or,
Well,
something.
I'm sure they prepared him very well for it. They knew this was going to happen
That's
beforehand.
some nerve of steel, bro.
If they didn't want to do it, then they wouldn't have taken the plea unless he's guilty. But I'm with you there. It'll be interesting to hear about that. Like, my thought process would be, they're not talking about you, Brian. They're talking about the Brian that they have made up in their head about you. So it's not really about you. You know what I mean?
Right.
I would have trolled the shit out of them if it was me.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, I don't know how you don't like. I don't know. I can't imagine ever really. I'm trying to think of the circumstance where you would be like, you know what? It's probably better if I just say that I did it and right? Like, I'm just
Dude,
trying
there's
to
so
think of
many
the
bugs on my
circumstance.
screen. Yeah, I know. It's weird. It's interesting. I I tried to make eye contact in with him again on the after the break when he walked in the second time, and I missed it. But I don't know. It was
But
interesting. Like the cameras
why
shut
would
off
you want to
because.
make eye contact with him?
Oh, do you not know what happened when he walked in the first time?
No.
All right. Well, people, have been talking to him about me, so he knows who I am, and he knows I go to the hearings, and he wanted to apologize for not acknowledging me, but like he doesn't ever look back. So I said no apology necessary. It's all good. I don't expect anything like that. And then on this hearing, because the defense's table was kind of set perpendicular to the crowd. And then
Yeah.
just by the luck of God, I had like the most perfect seat for this situation because I was directly in front of that door. So when he walked in, we made eye contact. I nodded and he smiled.
No shit.
Yep. So he asked the night before if I was going. So it was pretty cool for that reason, you know. But I missed the second time. But
Me.
when the camera, like during the break, Brian was talking with his attorneys for a minute, and then didn't seem, weird or anything like that. And then his attorneys were sitting there like talking and smiling and stuff. So
Are
I
you
think
gonna
they knew
write
what
him?
they were doing.
Are
What'd
you
you
gonna
say?
write to him?
I don't know.
There's a fucking skunk literally running straight at me. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't really need to because I can just, pass messages to him. But we'll see. I'll see where that prison is and if I can make a visit.
Hang on one second, man. What the fuck?
Don't go out and pet it.
Well, I'm not. I just don't want it to come near me. Don't come and spray me.
Bum, bum, bum. Let me see if I can
So,
turn
like, are
this.
you trying to, like, meet him or something? I'm confused. What are you doing, Twiz? Are you trying to meet Brian Koberger?
Yeah, the convicted murderer.
You
Why not?
Dan, Twiz is mine. All right.
I do hope that it would be kind of I don't know the proper wording, but like it would be cool if he reached out to the aunt, that forgave him and told him what happened.
Wait, what?
The aunt that said that she forgave him and that if he wanted to reach out and tell her what happened.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought actually that was, to be honest with you, I really thought that was quite spectacular of that woman, if she truly believes it's him, and she's
Yeah.
saying, like, you can just tell me, like, it's fine, no judgment. I just want to know why.
Yeah.
And I just feel like for him, if he's totally innocent, if we go with your theory that he's totally innocent, I don't know how you sit there and hear that. Know what I mean? And not want to immediately have your lawyers pull that woman aside after court to be like, no. Like
Yeah.
I'd want to like some way reach out to her, have my lawyer, like, you got to let this woman know that you got to let these people know. I don't know. Like, it's just wild to me.
Yeah.
I
I
look
mean,
at
that's
it
gotta
more
be like
from
the
not a Brian Koberger perspective, though. I'm really looking at it from like these docs, what we're getting now. You understand? And the
yeah.
fact that like these investigators and stuff, like, bro, they're talking about like they needed information on like a rape that occurred in 2021 that's related to this case in some way.
How's
They're
it
looking for
related to that
information on
case?
stuff like that. It's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it seems like from the documents that I've seen, which are like the early ones, and I missed a bunch of them today, but like they really just didn't have anybody. And of course, they were definitely trying to get somebody arrested before the next semester. So,
Well,
I did hear that
I
Steve
mean,
came out today or something and said that U of I and MPD have a conflict of interest, so they should have never been allowed on the case. And that's a fucking fact.
right.
Like, the interesting thing for me is Steve knows that they lied to him. U of I, MPD, ISP, FBI, about it being a
Mm,
one perp crime, right? Like, Steve believes that Brian did it, he just didn't do it alone. Like, that they lied to you about something, about it being a
mm,
one person crime. They're lying to you. They're already liars, but you're going to believe them about the Brian part.
mm. Well, the fact of the matter is that Miss Massive was correct in her assertion that this case is full of alternative perpetrators. After reading some of the shit that I have read over the last couple days, it's clear not only do they have what is potentially a secondary crime scene littered with blood and blood spatter. Okay. That's
Yeah, that
just like,
apartment.
well, hey, shit happens.
Whose
We don't
apartment
know
was
why
that?
we don't know why this kid's apartment's full of blood, but hey, fuck it. Moving
Whose
on.
apartment was
Know what I mean? Then we
that? Yeah,
have this other kid
but whose
who
apartment is it?
allegedly followed Maddie and Xana to their job and then went back to their house, entered the home, and was still inside the home when the two girls got there and told this whoever gave this fucking statement to Chief Fry here, that this person told them he was in their house and they had no idea he was there. And quote, he could have killed them all if he wanted to. End quote. That's two.
And then
Those
people
are
are just assuming that's Brian, and that's where like the Mad Greek theory came from, probably, or originally, right?
it's not Brian. The kid's initials are
No,
fucking
I know
G
that.
something.
I know it's not Brian, but that's probably where the idea was that it was Brian, because they just have a Mad Greek story, and they just put it on Brian like they do with everything, right?
Right. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Fuck the
for
whole
sure.
Mad Greek story. What I'm saying is that these police officers, including the chief himself, had information that this person not
I
only
was
admitted
about
to
to punch
following
that
two of these.
motherfucker in the face.
Who?
Fry. I was so close to talking to that motherfucker.
Well, don't punch anybody.
Dude, they were all standing in the back. I don't know what this other guy, I'm assuming that he was an officer. Younger dude, short hair, right? He was all smiles and started shaking people's hands and shit during the press conference. So I was like, do you guys really expect us all to believe this shit? Because this is the biggest fucking joke I've ever seen in my life.
I'm honestly just, like I said earlier in my live, this case is brainworms. It's what it is. It's a brain parasite. It's Koberger cordyceps is what it is. Right.
Yeah.
It's what I've labeled it. It's Koberger cordyceps. And it's just a parasite. It's just going to keep growing and growing. And like the more stuff, we haven't even gotten ISP docs. We haven't even gotten full discovery. We haven't. This is just Moscow police supplemental reports. We haven't even gotten the actual medical examiner's report. I doubt we ever will. These are just supplementals, dude. This isn't even the full scope.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Like, what was the other one? There was one that I read yesterday that I said, what? What in the actual fuck? What was it? Oh, the kid who went to Gritman, right? To have his hand treated or something for some cut. And
Oh
this
yeah, he
bullshit story that he gave
cut
to
his
the
hand
cops is that he cut it with his own pocket knife, cutting chicken for a
before.
sandwich.
And
I said,
who
excuse
was
me?
that? What were the initials on that one?
I don't remember, darling. Like, it's brainworms, okay? Couldn't tell you. I don't remember the initials. What I do know is
And the
that
best part
that
is they
gentleman,
didn't test the other blood samples in the house, so they could never even match.
I mean, the gentleman cutting his chicken with his pocket knife, I don't think the cut on his hand is like his biggest worry, right? He's lucky he didn't end up in Gritman, needing to lose his whole hand because he's cutting chicken for a sandwich with a pocket knife.
I mean, that's not that weird, but
It is kind of weird, bro. It's actually, I mean, are you trying to get,
it's not that
are
weird.
you trying to
People do
get
that all the
botulism?
time. Well, like, you have to clean the knife, you know?
And you think he scrubs his pocket knife after he's cutting chicken with it, huh? You think
Well,
he cares about the pocket
chicken,
knife to clean it when he's cutting chicken with it?
the chicken was probably cooked already, so, like, you wouldn't have to worry about salmonella and stuff.
It's whatever. It's meat, dude.
It's a dude. Your girls just don't understand, you know?
It's disgusting, is what it
I've seen
is.
people
And
use their pocket knives to cut stuff up and eat with it.
you've seen people use a pocket knife for what?
To, like, cut stuff up and eat it with the knife. People use their pocket
Who the
knives for
fuck do you hang
all
out
sorts
with?
of things. I'm not saying, like, it's a normal thing for people that I hang out with, but, like, my dad lived in Montana growing up, you know, so I'd hang out with some, like, redneck hickey type people sometimes when I was
I
visiting
mean,
with my brother and
I
shit.
grew up down south, bro. I'm no rednecks. I'm just saying, like, nope.
I watched a dude take his knife out of his pocket and just stab his leg one time. That was pretty funny.
I
People do weird shit, you know? I don't know.
don't
What do you
know,
think, like,
man. Like I said,
the pioneers did? You think they're carrying around 14 different knives to cut stuff up with, or you think they used one knife and did everything?
yeah, I get it. I get it. Okay, but this is we're in 2025. This happened in 2022. I don't know many college age students that are just like living like they're cavemen in this day and age. You know, it's pretty rare.
You
Then
haven't
again,
hung
it's
out with
Idaho.
college kids.
Well, not even that. Then again, it's Idaho, and they're just a different breed out there, you know.
You want to
So,
hear one of the funniest things that happened the other day?
okay.
There's two chicks that were waiting in line with us, right, from U of I. They're sophomores, like they weren't at U of I when the crime happened or anything like that. But they told me to my face that MPD are some of the best cops in the country, and I was dying laughing. I was like, "Wait, you think MPD are some of the best cops in the country?" They were like, "Yes." And I was like, "You guys are fucking smoking something. I don't even know." That's just wild.
Yeah, that is pretty wild. I mean,
It's
I don't look.
pretty crazy.
I think it's pretty obvious, even from their own documents here that have just been released. They had the FBI. It was the FBI putting in a lot of their warrants. It was the FBI assisting in doing all of the legwork. You know what I mean? Asking for certain things. I need you to go get this from this person at this place, blah, blah, blah. I mean,
Yeah.
it just looks like to me, most of the investigation was done by the FBI. All the real hard shit was done by the FBI. And I think that that makes a lot of sense, actually. And that explains why your lead detectives can't answer questions about their warrants, where they came up with the language, how they even knew what to ask for, because they're saying, I don't know, I don't recall 100+ times when they get on the stand. So it's clear they're not the ones doing the work. No?
Yeah. Well, that was like the funny thing about the press conference too, because Payne actually sounded like he knew what he was talking about, and I was like, this makes it even more of a joke.
Say that again? What?
Like Payne actually sounded like he knew what he was talking about during the press conference. Like he was confident, you know.
Yeah.
He was confident in lying, but like
I'd be confident too if I just had my ass saved from being impeached in the middle of a quadruple homicide trial.
yeah.
Know what I'm saying? I'd be pretty happy too if I was all of these people, knowing damn well my testimony is going to be impeached.
Yeah. I mean, that's the sad part about not going to trials. They didn't get Payne and Mowry back on the stand, destroy them. No Dylan and Bethany. I don't know.
I agree. I wanted a trial, and I didn't want a trial, I think, maybe for the same reasons that everybody else did, right? I wanted a trial because I wanted to be able to see exactly what state was going to lay out and how the defense's experts were going to rebut it. And I wanted to see what those defense experts had to present that was contrary to the state's case, exculpatory to the defendant. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what I wanted. Because that was one thing that was repeated over and over again in these documents is this exculpatory material, exculpatory evidence, blah, 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 exculpatory witnesses. That's really what I was looking forward to. That's like
Yeah.
my favorite part of trials.
Yeah. They thought this was the better way, I guess. So I don't know. I'm not judging till I know more, you know? I think they
Well,
could have won with reasonable doubt.
is the defense going to finally just unseal all their shit now or what?
I don't know if that's up to them, but we'll see. You guys aren't answering the question. Which window? I know there was a window. I know that the guy cut his hand. He told like the nurse or something. He didn't know if he cut his hand off the knife or the window. Okay, I know that story. But I'm saying,
I
which
didn't
window?
see your
Where's this
question.
window at? Oh, I'm talking in chat.
Oh,
They're like, the guy cut his hand on the window. I'm like, duh, I know. Which window? So like
well, he
nobody
doesn't
even
even know how he cut
confirmed.
his hand. He doesn't
Right, but
know
my
how he cut
my
his hand.
point is this: they didn't confirm a window was broken.
Oh,
How
no, I
do we
think it
know
did.
a
No,
window was broken?
right.
Where was this
Well,
window at?
we do know that they did take photos of an alleged broken window that the roommate or whoever claimed that's the one he fell into. See, it's broken. And I
Yeah,
think
which
it said in the report they took photos.
they could have broken the window afterwards. So
It
I'm
could
just
have been broken for way before. It could have been broken for months. Who knows? I mean, I'm more concerned, to be honest with you, that the last person technically, besides the people in the home, to see and their driver to see two of these victims alive is, Showalter.
yeah.
And allegedly, this
Do
is
they
his
know when he
apartment.
left Moscow?
He allegedly told them like he got out of there at like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, something like that. He headed back to
So
Boise.
right after the crime ended.
But that's what I
Brian
mean.
drove
Like,
away at 4:20, but he left at 4:30.
that's what I'm saying. He's leaving, I want to say, if I remember correctly, it's like between 4 and 5 in the morning to head to Boise, which I think is really interesting considering he has an apartment right there. Why would you? And you were drinking, right? We know you were drinking. You definitely had a few beers and a couple kamikazes because it was on your tab. You paid for it with your credit card. The police knew that. So, like, you took off. The maintenance people are called about a water problem. And when they get there, they find all this blood everywhere all over the apartment
Did they
and
say what
report.
clogged the drain?
No, but this is what I mean. When I was reading this tonight, I'm like, and the toilet clogged when you flushed it. I said, yeah, probably because there's a fucking K bar in it.
That's what I'm saying. Like what did it?
And I said, did you take the pipes apart? Did you take the fucking toilet apart? Did anybody bother to find out what the clog was? Probably not.
They
Probably
have
not.
this they have this awesome technology today. It's called a camera, right? You can stick it down the drain and see what's clogging it.
Right.
Yeah, I
I
mean they
know.
just I mean my personal opinion is that they didn't want to solve it and have it be a U of I person. That's my opinion.
I mean, maybe. I'm just saying, from a 30,000 foot view, right? We don't know everything, but what I'm seeing, I'm saying, okay, so you find out within like a week of the crime, hey, just so you know, this kid's house we had to go over to because of some water problem. There's fucking blood everywhere, right? Shower curtain, walls, living room, etc. I know what blood looks like, and that's what this guy said too. I know what blood looks like. This is definitely blood. It was blood. And they serve a search warrant, and sure enough, it's
We
not
should
just one
find
little drop.
that guy, the maintenance dude, and get his take on it. Because I bet he was like, dude, there's blood all over this apartment, like, and there was a murder that just happened down the
Right.
street. You know?
Literally not. He's calling 8 days on 11/21. 8 days after this crime occurred is when maintenance is called out for a water problem, a water flow
Yeah.
problem, or whatever. So I'm just saying, I'm still like kind of blown away as to how you don't automatically, how all investigators, FBI included, aren't immediately like, okay, this is our secondary crime scene. Take this shit off. You know what I mean? But nope, they just locked up the doors and, made sure the place was locked up before they got on their way.
Yeah. I mean, that's crazy because you'd think that they would have cleaned that up if they did commit the crime in a week, Because didn't they say that somebody stayed there that week? Like Showalter left, right?
Right.
But wasn't his roommate still in the apartment the whole time?
Allegedly, he did not have a roommate. It was only him who lived there, according to the landlord. That's in another report. When they spoke with the owner of the building or whatever, he moved in, I think it said like July, right around July. And the reason the person remembered is because he was with his dad, and his dad was insistent that he had this apartment specifically. And yeah. And they stated that the landlord said that as far as he knew, it was just him who lived there. Or maybe it's just that he's the only one on the lease. I don't know. Maybe if he had a roommate, I don't think the roommate was like on the lease or anything.
Because I thought it was somebody else that called the maintenance person for the draining issue,
It said the tenant called.
which would be Showalter then, if he's the only one that lived
It
there,
could
right?
be any other tenant in the building saying, hey, can you come and check the water? We're having problems. Like our toilets clogging and sinks are clogging because
Yeah.
maybe there's
I
a
thought it
whole
said something
bunch.
like they went into the kitchen and it drained fine, and they went to the bathroom and it didn't drain fine or something. It sounded to me like it was the same
Yeah, they checked. Yeah,
place.
check the kitchen or something. Either way, I
Yeah.
mean,
Not just how I
I
took it,
don't
but
know.
I've been sleep deprived, so like I don't know which way is up sometimes.
All I know is that I have been living in the same place for almost a decade. And I can guarantee you, if SWAT blew my door off the hinges right now and laid down Amido Black everywhere, they are not going to find 94 stains and or drops of blood in my home. Okay? So
Yeah.
we're talking about a tiny little apartment. I just, I'm, my flabber is gasted. Okay, Twist is all that I can tell you about this because I'm stuck on stupid with the whole 94 because I did the math. I said, holy shit, I have been living in the same place for almost a decade, and I swear to God, they could roll through my house right now. Blue Star, Luminol, Amido Black, go ahead. You're not going to find 94 old spots of blood.
Yeah.
It's the most wild shit I've ever heard.
It's crazy. And then there was some document that sounded like they were talking about Quinn Kelly, and like he lives in Boise, so like Showalter could have just driven back with him or whatever. Like I don't know.
No,
Didn't they like lose
look,
a sample or something? Isn't there something in the document where they lost the sample?
bro, lost a sample. Bro, they lost a whole fridge like full of blood, bro.
Yeah,
The
so that's definitely
refrigerator
like,
that stores the blood samples shit the
how do
bed.
you lose that? It can't just get up and walk away. How do
Yeah.
you lose
How did your fridge that you store all the blood in just happened to shit the bed, huh? Really? Interesting.
that? Yeah.
You know, and I think it's interesting that the officers are pointing out one of these agents is like, hey, you know what? Those droplets actually, they look similar to the ones that were at the crime scene on the wall there at the banister, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know how it wasn't roped off immediately as a secondary crime scene. I'm just saying, I mean, just for, you know, safety purposes, safety, just to be safe.
And they
Let,
raided, like they came in with the SWAT team and raided that apartment.
I don't think so.
Uh,
No,
didn't
they
they have a
just went there
warrant
with
for it
a, they went with a search warrant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. So they got all these blood samples from that apartment, and then the fridge just magically stopped working.
From what I understand, a fridge that had numerous blood samples pertaining to this crime,
Yeah.
that fridge shit the bed, and the samples were just corroded, whatever you want to call it. I forget the term that they used, non, usable anymore, which is wild because according to Othram, I just listened to David Middleman on Defense Diaries podcast say it doesn't matter if the DNA is degraded, it doesn't matter what the DNA has had done to it. We can get it. So I don't know.
Right. I'll believe that when my shit turns purple and smells like rainbow sherbet.
I'm not going to pretend, and I say it all the time, and I know you hear me. I am not going to pretend that I know anything because I don't know shit. What I do know is when I read some of this stuff, right? I am blown away, to be honest with you. I don't know how you have all of this happening, and you're just like, yeah, I mean, even though that those blood drops look similar, right? Is it the same blood drops? Like, are they talking about what the blood drops that were never put through CODIS or IgG? Are those the ones they're talking about that they never did anything with? I fucking hope not.
There's so many bugs on my screens. Yeah, this whole thing is wild. I hope that the defense has something good, It sounds to me like they have some good information behind the scenes. I just don't know what it is. So we'll see.
Well, I don't know, homie.
We'll see.
Is there it says 3 people?
Is
Oh.
there what?
Oh, it's I'm looking at the wrong thing. I think that's what, the back chat or something. I think someone's in your back chat.
Oh yeah, Robert is. I told him that I'd bring him up in a while.
Oh. Oh, well, I mean, whatever. I'm gonna go anyway. It's like
That's what I
1
figured.
something in the morning
I didn't even
where I
expect you to
am.
show up because you said you were going to be sleeping in like 10 minutes, and it probably took me 10
I
minutes to show up.
usually am. I usually am. But then you're like, hey, click the link. Don't be scared. I'm like, what the fuck is happening right now? What's up, Twist?
Well, I didn't expect you to show up because you said you were going to sleep right away.
So what else is on your mind? What's going on?
With what?
I don't know. With you, what's going on?
I'm just chilling here at the river, drinking some wine. Starting to feel
Chilling
it, I
at the
think.
river, drinking some wine. Where are you?
I'm down on the river.
No, I know which river.
The Snake.
The Snake River. Of course, that's where you are. Are you the alternate suspect, Twiz?
I mean, I could be. My phone definitely wasn't connecting to towers at that time, and I definitely have a lack of evidence, which seems to be like a lot of evidence. So
I'm
you
just
never
fucking
know.
with you.
No, I mean, that's the whole thing, right? It's always a lack of evidence is evidence. Brian's doors were clean, therefore he did it. They dismantled his car and didn't find anything, therefore he did it. His phone wasn't. You know the best part? I think it was in the plea hearing where Santa was like, his phone turned back on at 4:54, 4:48, whatever the number is. But it was based off CDR. So again, he had to be calling, texting, or using data at that time. It's not when the phone turned back on. If the phone turned back on, you should have some information of when it turned back on, not from a CDR.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
you
like
would
the whole
have
thing
it.
is a joke.
Exactly, yeah.
The
Yeah, I
whole
get what you're
thing
saying.
is a motherfucking joke. No, he did not say that BK was the one that dismantled his car. If you listen to it again, it says the car was seized and then dismantled. He says seized really fast, but Brian wouldn't seize his own car and dismantle it. Twiz, have you ever been IQ tested? I've done a fake one, and it was pretty good, if I don't mind patting myself on the back. But yeah, I don't know. I am waiting to hear more. Like,
Like, I guess
all right,
the way I look at it, right? What is going to, how do I
to
want to
change
word
my
this?
mind to him being guilty.
No. What if he doesn't, right? I guess the way I look at this is if no appeal is filed, if there's nothing that happens after this, how do you,
Well, you also have to understand I can get inside information, so we'll see what happens.
I mean, dude, listen, I'll be straight up honest with you. After reading what I'm reading, I don't know why you would ever ask for an appeal other than to get your case out of this bullshit court.
Yeah,
That's the only reason I'd ask for one,
my
right?
one of my theories is he took the plea to remove the death penalty, right?
Yeah.
Which means that when they file an appeal and it goes to trial, the death penalty isn't on the table, so they don't have that. They don't have a death penalty jury. Because
Right.
death penalty juries are far more likely to convict and sentence you to death than normal juries are.
Well, you're not going to have any jury if you take a plea.
But again, the whole if that's the plan, it would be to remove the death penalty and then go to trial through appeal.
Right. Yeah.
So that's one of my theories.
Hmm.
But I mean, I don't know. This is what Brian said. This has never been about the truth. You're gonna have to trust me, right? So I'm just trusting him.
I don't know what Brian said. I have no idea
Correct.
what Brian has said.
Exactly.
I literally don't know.
Here's the
I know
other
other
thing, okay? The
people have
gag has
said
been
they know what
lifted.
Brian said, but
The gag has been lifted, so I can talk a little bit more freely, maybe. But
you can literally say whatever you want because everyone else already has and does.
the
And not a single person will ever get in trouble for violating the gag this gag,
Right.
air quote.
So here's the thing. When I talked to Cy Ray, right, this is what he told me. To my face, he said, I know exactly where Brian Koberger was, and there's not another cell expert on Earth that could dispute it or argue with me about it, something along those lines, right? He said Brian Koberger was far south of Moscow that night. What is far south of Moscow?
I have no idea.
Motherfucking Lewiston.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I should have known that answer as many times as you've said Lewiston. I don't know how it didn't click to me.
What the fuck just happened? No, bring that. What did you do?
So,
oh, Lewiston.
okay.
All right. So here's the thing. Do you guys want the quick, fast rundown of why I keep saying Lewiston? Oh, what did I do? Okay. Here is the Lewiston Tower. It provides cellular coverage or cellular resources from Lewiston all the way to Moscow, including 1122 King Road. Right?
Mm.
There's so many bugs on my screen, I can't even see where my mouse is pointed. 1122 King Road is somewhere in here. 1122 King Road would be right here where my mouse is pointed at. I hope you guys can see that in chat. If I zoom out, 1122 King Road has cellular network provided from Lewiston, okay? So when MPD, FBI, all these fucking dudes are jerking each other off saying that Brian Koberger utilized cellular resources that provide coverage south of Moscow at 448, he could be in Lewiston leaving the fucking park, right? Because I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but the park only has 2 different ways to get out of it. You either A, drive back up towards Pullman, which would be up this way, back towards Pullman, or you could drive this way towards Colton and then towards Pullman, right? Or, see, there's 2 ways in and out of Wawawai Park. Or, let's just say you were at Wawawai Park and you drive this way. Right now, you would eventually find me, and then you would hit Clarkston and Lewiston. So all I am saying is you hit this tower, which provides coverage south of Moscow on I-95, and then you hit this tower, I think. Nope, not that one, this one. Oh, it's doing this thing again. Or did it fix itself? This tower did this a while ago. It was like making 2 different towers, but I can't click on the other one or something. I don't know. There we go. This tower, it also provides coverage south of Moscow on I-95, but it also covers the other side of it, which would be the way you would drive either from Moscow to Pullman the way that the MPD says that he did, or provides coverage from Lewiston to Pullman. So either way, he's going to connect to these two towers, right? And without the timing data, they wouldn't know where he was other than connecting to these two towers. But it covers both routes. The routes from Lowell Park through Lewiston back to Pullman, or the route from Moscow south and then west towards Pullman. All they saw were the towers. They don't know shit where he was. And the thing that really gives it away to me is that when Cy says that he wants the regional tower list because it will show where he isn't, I bet you that he doesn't connect to this tower. This is the Blaine Tower. It covers all the way south past Lewiston, right? So if Brian took the route that Payne said in the PCA that he did, he should connect to this tower. And then depending on how far south he goes, maybe the Lewiston Tower, blah, 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 and then goes west and connects to the Clarkston Tower, which covers all the way past Pullman, right? But when Cy says that he wants the regional tower list because it will most importantly show where he isn't, I'm betting my left testicle that he doesn't connect to this tower. And what chooses which cell phone tower you connect to is your phone, and it decides which tower has the strongest signal, right?
Yeah, which one's
These
the
two
strongest?
towers,
Yeah.
these two towers cover the same area, but your phone decides which one is strongest, which most of the time would be which one
Exactly.
you are closer to. So what I'm saying is Brian most likely went to Wowawai Park and then went to Lewiston and then drove back up to Pullman, connecting to the same towers that MPD could say you were leaving Moscow, and then drove to Pullman, which is what they did, right? And they would never know. There are so many bugs here. This is crazy. I'm trying to bring up the map.
It's a damn shame. Yeah. It's a damn shame is what it is. The whole thing all around.
Okay. So this, I wonder if I can make this bigger. That's what she said. This is the Lewiston.
Like, why would he be
Tower.
all the way down in Lewiston, though? Like, how far is that to drive all the way to where you're saying you think he connected to and then back to Pullman with the route that they think he took?
Do you know
how long is that?
Do you want to know how much time it take? How much time in the PCA did it say to start using cellular resources to get to that Johnson Cameron Road in Pullman? How much time was that? Do you remember?
I honestly I have no idea, honey. I don't remember at all. This case is brain worms.
37 minutes.
Okay.
1,300.
How long does it actually take?
Check this out.
I can't see the screen though.
Oh, well then I'll tell it to you in a second. There's like a million bugs on my screen and I can feel them hitting my arm.
Oh my, why aren't you in your car?
So I just put it on the map from like the Clarkston Tower, right? It would be 39 minutes.
Okay. And they said how long?
37.
Okay.
And then if you do it like from the Lewiston Tower, It's 38. So like all you had to do is drive a little fast, you know? Or
Okay.
it also depends on like what he was doing on his phone and uh like when he started using his phone, because it doesn't, like, your call detail records doesn't show when you enter cellular service. It shows when you use your phone. You either have to call, text, or use data.
Call, text, right, email, something. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
but that's the thing. You guys can go on my channel. I have one video. It's Ann Taylor talking to Payne, saying they're talking about the PCA, right? And she asked him, and you're referring to the route that Brian took from Moscow back to Lewiston. I mean, Pullman. Why the fuck would Ann Taylor even have Lewiston on her mind unless he was in Lewiston? You see what I'm saying? So Ann Taylor said Lewiston. Cy alluded to Lewiston, because you look at the map. Moscow is here. South of Moscow is Lewiston. There's two ways out of the park, which they're saying that's where he was. You either
Okay, but
drive back
don't you
to
think
Pullman
that,
or you drive through Lewiston.
right, and don't you think that Mr. Koberger would have had to explain to his defense team and Cy precisely what he was doing out there, how long he was there, which route did you take?
Why would
Because
he
you know
remember that
Cy's gonna do
later?
like the drive testing and shit on it.
Yeah, but why would you remember that 6 weeks later, 7 weeks later?
What do you mean?
If you are arrested today, are you going to know your exact time you were anywhere 7 weeks ago?
Probably not my exact, but I mean,
Exactly.
I would definitely
Exactly.
be able to look in my phone or something on my calendar to know, like, let me see what I did on this day. Oh, yeah. And then it would jog my memory.
Well, why do you think they said that he was at the park? Because he told them they were at, or he was at the park. So I mean, like, generally, they just don't have exact times to where he was anywhere.
Mm. Well, yeah, because he's telling them I don't really know. I was out driving, right?
Yep.
Out driving. As far as we know, we don't know what he actually told them. They only gave us little snippets. And that's the problem with this case. Mostly everything is hidden. And then when they do give you something, it's just tiny little snippets.
Well,
And
we don't
it's
know
not
what
cohesive.
Brian told his team. We just know what
I know.
his team has told us. He might have told them a lot.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Unfortunately, it doesn't help that all we get is tiny little snippets and they lock everything down. I don't think it's helped him. I could be
No,
wrong, but
I don't think it really has either. I think that they were going by like normally doing this, this, and this is best for this situation. Like not talking, not telling people shit, blah blah blah. They're preparing for trial. I get that. Now that trial's over, they should be uh telling us a lot of stuff, you know?
I'm saying I was expecting some kind of, at least some kind of banger, statement,
Yeah.
from the defense team by now, even if it's nothing from him. I wanted at least something from them. Give some kind of statement.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I
They're
actually had
probably not going to give
a
any
message
statements.
to send to Brian, but he got shipped off to prison that night. So I have to wait a while.
Well, I don't know, bro. I guess the only thing that matters right now is whether or not an appeal is going to be filed. And if an appeal is filed, great. If an appeal is not filed, then it is what it is. Homeboy is saying it was him and him alone, no matter how insane it sounds based on what we know and what we're reading, right? It's insane that anyone would believe one person was able to inflict over 50 stab wounds on one victim, over 20 on another, still have 2 more victims to handle, get in and out in like under 6 minutes,
Well, it
and
was like
not leave a blood
20,
trail.
20, 20, 50, right? Plus Kaylee's face was bashed in or something. That's the story we're being told.
That's what I mean.
So
We're
somebody was
talking like,
saying that what the cartels will do sometimes is like hamstring the dude, right? Cut the dude's leg so he can't move and fight back, and then torture the woman, right? Xana had the most stab wounds, and Ethan's hamstrings were cut.
yeah, but see, that's interesting because even
Right.
that I noticed. Now, we haven't gotten the full medical examiner's report, but the supplemental for the autopsy, nowhere is it mentioned when talking about Ethan anything about his legs. No wounds on his legs, nothing. It's Brett Payne who says he sees deep wounds in the legs, but he's not sure because of the way Ethan is positioned.
Right.
So we won't know unless, I doubt we'll ever get to see a full like medical examiner's report or anything. I doubt it. If we do, it's going to be heavily redacted. But what is in the supplemental says nothing about his legs at all.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know.
So that's interesting.
But did Brian enter that house by himself with a K-bar and stab Xana 50 times, stab Ethan? I don't think it gives a number on Ethan, right? Isn't it just like a multiple
Yeah.
wounds or something, and then like 20 on Maddie, 20 on
Technically
Kaylee?
only Kaylee. Yeah, it's only Kaylee and Xana who have the number like listed.
Oh. And then
Right.
Kaylee's face was bashed in or something.
Um,
Do I think
well,
that he entered that house and did that much damage in that amount of time? Fuck no. Guess what? Steve doesn't either.
well, okay, so here's my thing. If the way I look at it is if he was in the house or he was there, right? Whoever he was with, I mean, he knows who he would be with. Yeah.
You would hope.
You know?
Unless it was some super secret mission where you just don't tell people who you're there with.
Well, I understand.
I have a
If he's
question.
listen, if he's willing to take it all on him and never reveal who he was with in that house, okay. I mean, that's on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So no matter which way you look at it, right now, Homeboy is saying it was him. No matter which way you slice it, he has agreed that he is the one who went there with that intent, right?
I think that Brian pled guilty. That's what I think.
Well, that's what I mean. The judge asked him, you understand that
Yeah. But he had to say the words to plead guilty, so.
right. Now I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, right? Okay, great. If it's part of some greater plan, I mean, I can understand maybe wanting to get your case out of this bullshit court. Cool. I guess you do what you got to do that. But that would mean that we would be seeing an appeal very soon being filed, right? I would have expected a statement from his defense team by, sometime soon to be like, yeah, no, we're appealing this shit for sure. Right? I don't know. It just, the dichotomy between like the difference between like how the attorneys behave for, say, someone like a Karen Reed, and then how these attorneys are behaving for him, two very opposite.
Yeah, we'll see. It's still early on in the game, you know?
Well, I mean, you don't have long.
I think we'll
You have
hear
less
something.
than 40 days.
Yeah, but we're on day 2.
That's what I'm saying. The clock is a ticking. And if you plan on going to a higher court, like the percentages alone of a higher court, even never mind that can't Hitler deny the appeal when they file it? Can't he just deny it when they ask for their appeal?
Does it go to him or does it go to the Supreme Court? I don't know.
I was under the impression, based on the way he had spoken to them, that even though they do get to appeal, he had made some kind of, he always makes some kind of like snidey kind of comment, and it had to do with like, well, even if you do appeal, don't forget, blah blah
He
blah. Like
said
it
it
still,
violates the plea.
he would
If
have to
you appeal,
approve
it
it.
violates the plea deal. I think that
The
was
plea
almost
deal,
correct
right? Well, that's what I'm saying. It was like kind
because
of
he's
letting them know,
definitely
like,
in on it. Whatever the fuck is going on, he's in on it.
I mean, I don't know what's going on. All I know is that this case is one big, it is what it is. I get it. He plead. Okay, great. He took the plea, but like, I ain't even looking at that anymore, especially with this whole doc drop and shit. It's probably why they did it. Fucking distract you from him taking the plea. You know what I mean? Distract everybody. But, it's one big fucking distraction. But I don't know, man. I'm just blown away. I'm blown away by some of the shit I'm reading. I really am. The rolled up $2 bill with the crushed blue powder on the desk. And these friends of these victims are like, well, yeah, I mean, Xana did cocaine a lot. Another one made a statement of like, if anybody was hanging out with anybody who had violent tendencies, it's probably going to be Xana and Ethan, not Kaylee and Maddie. Like, it's just so weird to me. I don't know.
Yeah. Isn't there in a doc where like they're talking about one of the rooms had a keypad on it?
It's the utility closet on the first floor, where I think the fucking door is, happens to be a utility closet with a coded keypad, of course,
Okay, so
because
why
my
the fuck
tinfoil hat
would
couldn't get
you
any fucking tighter, right?
why the fuck would you ever have a keypad on a utility door unless there's something inside of that utility door?
Well, I mean, I don't know. That's what I said. Even when I read it today, I was just like, okay, I have a utility closet and like, there's no keypad lock on it. But then
You don't
again, I
even
don't know if
you
they
don't even
were they
lock that
using
door.
it
You
for
want to talk about
storage.
some weird shit? Let's talk about that. Why the fuck would you even lock your utility closet if there weren't something inside of it?
I mean, the only reason that I would maybe consider putting a key code type lock on a door like that for my utility closet would be if it was also like I'm using it for storage and I don't want no one touching my shit.
And what would
Maybe.
you store inside of said room that you don't want other people touching?
I mean, I don't know, just personal belongings. It
How
could
about
like use
drugs?
it as
How about
extra
drugs? How about drugs?
storage.
How about drugs? How about
Okay.
drugs?
I mean, fine, whatever. But I'm just saying, even that kind of tripped me when I read it, and I was like, okay, so the utility, and then what I also said to myself was, wait a minute. So Payne finds this
The front door
locked,
has a padlock on it too, right? A keypad.
right, right.
So
But you know what
if
I'm
I'm
thinking to
a
myself? So when Don Daniels and them showed up to Brian Koberger's apartment to serve the search warrant, they found the second bedroom door locked. And what was the first thing Don Daniels did? She said, "Can I get permission to boot the door?" And I'm just confused as to why Payne here and these other investigators didn't boot the fucking door, regardless if it has a key code on it. Get the code from somebody. Go outside and ask one of these people, what's the code? Boot it. Is there any report? I haven't gotten, I'm only up to like 150. I don't know what's after 150. Is any of these reports say like, we booted the door, we got the code, we found out what was in, there's nothing in the. Is there any elaboration as to what was in that? I don't think there is. I don't know. I'm confused as to why you didn't ask to boot it or get the code from someone to open it.
Yeah. There's a lot of weird stuff with that. But like, I talked to a lady from Moscow like a year ago who said that she knew for a fact they dealt drugs out of that house the year before. So all I'm saying is if they were using that house for dealing or holding,
Yeah.
like, and you're a
That's funny you
drug
bring up.
dealer or whatever, like, you don't even need like a key to the house, right? You need the front keypad and then the keypad to the storage room. So you could just go into the house whenever you want and do whatever you need to do, right? And the roommates would know that.
Well, it's funny you say that too, because one of these reports, Tyson Barrett has an officer follow up on a drug tip lead. And that drug tip lead is for a Mexican cocaine dealer who has allegedly been selling cocaine to many of the sororities and fraternities on the campus. But then when they
Right.
contacted Quad City Task Force and they reached out to all of these other people to see if they had ever heard of this person, and none of them had. And the report was basically like, well, we're gonna wait and see if we can find out any more information about this person.
Right.
I'm waiting to see. Yeah. So it's just
So there is cartel connections to that house, and there were drugs in that house, but all that shit we were called fucking psychos for even believing or talking about.
listen, I'm not conceding anything about cartels or anything. All I know is that one of these tips that Tyson Barrett got had to do with a Mexican cocaine dealer. It didn't say cartel, it said Mexican drug dealer.
Well, where does the cocaine come from?
I
No
understand.
matter
I'm
what,
just saying.
no matter what, you follow that line, you're getting the cartel somewhere.
I understand. It is interesting that you have the friends saying, yeah, it's these two that do the cocaine, right? It's these two. They tend to like the cocaine, and Ethan and Xana like to do Adderalls when they were drinking.
And one
Okay.
of the motherfuckers, I don't know if it was Dot or that other dude who said that you could like call them at any time, and sometimes she would do a line with you or whatever, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really follow it, all of that, but I believe
I mean, me
I
neither,
believe
but
you.
recently people have been talking about that again, and I don't know if those stories are true, but it sounds like they're kind of true, you know what I'm saying? The other thing I find really
Yeah.
interesting is how Steve said they didn't need to go upstairs, right?
Right.
I think Steve knows that drugs had something to do with this. That's why Xana and Ethan at least got hit. They didn't need to go upstairs. And then there's that one Reddit post that's saying that Titties was collateral, aka Kaylee. So Maddie would have been the target upstairs, and Kaylee was just in the room with her, which sucks for Kaylee, of course. I'm just saying that this has
Well, what's
drug
really interesting to
all over
me is that we have one of the victims, Kaylee, is found fully clothed, but with only one sock and one shoe. And I thought that was really interesting because she's got on black sweatpants, black shirt, and then this like gray and black flannel, right? But one sock, one shoe. I just thought that was
it.
interesting in
She
comparison
had
to
a
Ethan.
shoe on.
That's what it said. They collected off her body was one Adidas shoe, one sock. I think it said one white Adidas shoe, one sock. It said sock and then one shoe.
Yeah. That makes it almost sound like she was drugged by the other shoe and it got torn off or something. Where did they ever find the other shoe and her
To me,
sock?
it sounds like someone who was in the middle of literally putting her socks and shoes on
Right, or taking one off or something.
or
Or
taking them off
I'll just
when
pee
shit
down my
went
shirt.
sideways.
Or somebody drug her by her feet and the shoe got ripped off in the process. That's also a possibility. I don't know. I'll ask Brian next time I talk to him, like, hey, what happened to other shoe, buddy? You pull her into Maddie's room by it or something, and see what he says. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought it was weird. I'm like, sock? One Adidas shoe or something like I don't know. Like I said, after reading all of this shit, trying to remember it all, number one, is rough, right? Like I said, it's brainworms because it's hard trying to remember it all. But I mean, it was just in contrast. Everyone has clothes that were taken off of them except for Ethan. All he had was socks, right? So I'm like, okay. So he's like, but Xana's found on the floor in sweater and underwear, and he's naked in the room, and like I know dudes sleep naked and whatever. So like probably not out of the normal, but like even the way Payne describes the way he is on the bed, like even his positioning and on the bed is odd. Not like
Yeah.
he's asleep. You know what I'm saying? Like tucked under the covers or like, do you get what I mean? Like even
You know
Payne
what
describes the body positioning oddly.
I really want to know if those leaked text messages between Brat and Steve saying Dylan or Bethany texted, I think they're killing them or whatever. Like, I want to know if that's true or not.
Mm.
Because this is what
Huh.
I think that house was used either to deal drugs or store drugs for the Greeks to deal them, right? And whatever happened due to the drugs in the house. But again, whoever knew that, all they needed was the combination to the front door and then the storage room. And then tell me why, like, Brian did the crime, right? Brian entered the house through the black slider, killed Xana and Ethan and Maddie and Kaylee, and then left through the black slider, but there's blood on the railing going down to the first floor and the front door was open all morning. Explain that one to me.
Well,
This is why
it's not
Steve
even
doesn't believe
that.
that
If
Brian
it's
did it alone.
right, if it's single perpetrator who used the second floor slider, why is Bethany hearing a fucking firework and
Well, why
seeing a
would she see
flash
the
on the first
flash?
floor?
She
Yeah.
would hear it, but why would she see a flash?
Well, because she's going to see a flash, she means like from under her door.
Exactly. So the light would have to reach to the bottom floor somehow. It wouldn't have done that from Xana's room.
Or, no, light doesn't, well, that's what I'm saying. Right. In order for her to be able to see it from the first floor, and no, it didn't come from the second floor, is the point I'm getting at. Whatever
Right.
this firework and flash that she's talking about is likely
Both
the
sides,
exculpatory.
state and defense, had gunshot experts hired for this case. Both sides had gunshot firearm experts hired for this case. Explain that.
All I know is that, you know, we're here. To me, this sounds like this is what her exculpatory evidence was. The things that she saw and she heard that are unique to her that Richard Batanti was talking about. That's
Right.
what he's talking about.
Right.
She's on the first floor. She's hearing a firework or a boom. She sees a flash and or sparks from like
Right.
under her door. I mean, oh, oh. Dur. It
What?
just totally hit me. I mean, you know what? I'm not even going to say it. I'm literally going to keep it to myself, but holy shit.
Say it right
A
now.
light bulb. Nope. A light bulb just went off in my
Fucking
head.
say it. Fucking say it right now.
Here I am asking why why didn't you boot the door? Why didn't you have the coded lock? No, that can't be it because he's saying it's still coded lock and the padlock. No, no. I'm thinking in my brain, she's hearing a boom, seeing sparks. They're busting open that padded, locked up door to get into it, whatever's in the closet. And that's what she's
Exactly.
seeing. But
Exactly.
no, because then they wouldn't be describing it as a closed locked door. That shit would have been all damaged and banged up. Know what I mean?
Not
If you're gonna
not
blow the
necessarily.
door,
It depends
gonna
on
be
what it was.
damaged.
Depends on what it was.
Well, it doesn't matter even if you shot the lock with a Glock or something. It doesn't matter. The door's damaged. It's so they would
Maybe
be
it
describing
was like
it as this is the,
maybe it was
I
like
guess where I'm going is
no,
that
listen, stop,
it would,
stop, 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 stop. Maybe they brought Ethan or Xana down there and they fired a shot into the ground, like the floor, and said, "Open that bitch or die."
well, okay. I guess what I'm saying, all I was trying to say is that I feel like it would have been described that when they came to this utility closet with this padded lock, we noticed it, the fucking door was blown off or something, right? It looked like the lock had been shot off or tampered with or whatever. None of that is described, but
Yeah.
it is
Maybe
really
they
weird.
had like I don't think it would be like a military grade or police grade flashbang, but like somebody you can make homemade flashbangs and shit, right? Maybe they waited for the DoorDash to be delivered, and then when Xana went through or picked it up, or whoever picked it up downstairs, they flashbanged, not with like a real one or something, to like stun them to have them open. Like, there's plenty of ways you could have somebody open that door for you, you know.
Well, I agree with you on that. It is interesting too. The DoorDash driver is saying that she could see a female who kept ducking down.
Yeah, that one is weird too. I've heard people talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the car that she saw was tan, and like the person driving it was a redhead or something.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that one too. I don't know.
But she
It's
was
crazy.
there. She said she walked around that neighborhood for 15 minutes because she couldn't find the house. So she was driving around and shit. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, when COVID was happening, right?
What the
When,
fuck kind of
Rona,
bug is
when,
that? Get off my screen! You're huge, and you look like you're laying eggs or something.
ew.
That was like an alien who's gonna implant eggs into my body or something. I don't even know.
Well, I just think it's strange that she's claiming to be looking for this address for 15 minutes. Okay. When Rona took over the world and everything got shut down, I did DoorDash for a while. And I can tell you right now, if I couldn't find your house because you didn't have your light on or you didn't have your number on your mailbox or whatever, I'm looking for all of about 60 seconds with my light. And then what I'm doing is I'm texting and or calling that person to say, where is your house? I would never, ever. It took her almost 15 to 20, almost 15 minutes to deliver this order. She's just walking around, parking out back, driving back out front. First she parked out front, then she drove out back. Then she walked. Like, it's very strange. I never took that much time ever to find someone's house. I just called them and said, where's your house? Or I texted them.
Right? Ooh, somebody's gonna be driving by in a few minutes. I can see lights.
Where are you?
I'm on the side of the
Are you
road
still at the
near
same
the
place?
river. Yeah, where am I gonna drive to? I have all my stuff. I literally have my laptop and a monitor hooked up in the back of my car. I can't just drive away.
What?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
fancy. Fancy, fancy, fancy.
All right. Well, I mean, is this like an open panel or something? Did you, what,
Listen,
where's
I
Robert?
don't make plans. And I'm drinking. I don't give a shit.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just saying. Is anybody else coming up or like, what are you doing?
Anybody can come up.
Oh, okay.
I've just been talking to you, you know. You want me to introduce Robert?
I mean, you do whatever you want, homie. I just didn't know if, like, because you're like, click the link. But I haven't seen anybody else come up. And I feel like I'm talking your fucking ear off. So,
I don't make plans. I don't care. We're just having fun talking some shit and drinking, you know?
well, you're drinking.
Yeah. Exactly. And I met all
So,
these new friends tonight. Should I start naming all of these bugs?
you got to adopt them and give them a home. Did you see this shit too about, like, Brian said something to them in Pennsylvania, like to Payne, about you look familiar?
Really? No, I didn't. I've seen people talking about it, but I don't really know what they were saying.
Well,
You want to see something?
I haven't read it yet. I only heard it. And I only heard it because court TV was going in the background. And I'm cleaning and doing, putzing around, doing my mom shit around my house. And I hear them reading it off, talking about this report that they got from when, Koberger was arrested and then transferred. And these two detectives that interviewed him from Idaho and Idaho State Police, and it's Gilbertson and Payne. And apparently, like, Brian makes a comment when they introduce themselves and, like, tell them who they are. And one, we're from Idaho State Police and I'm from Moscow PD and blah, blah, blah. He's like, he looks at Payne apparently and tells Payne, like, yeah, you look familiar.
That's funny.
And of course, I immediately, like, voice texted Heather. And I was like, yeah, I bet he fucking does look familiar, doesn't he, Brian? How could you
Yeah.
ever forget that dude? Payne is my sleep paralysis demon, bro.
Yeah, I've got some plans for Mr. Payne.
I have no plans for Mr. Payne other than
Oh,
I'm so
I've got
happy.
big
Listen,
plans for Mr. Payne.
no, listen, because karma's a funny, funny thing and it is what it is. But, like, bro, I am so happy to know that he is not in law enforcement. He is taking a non-law enforcement position. And you know
Okay, I'm gonna
what?
stop you
Everyone
right
should
here.
applaud that.
I'm gonna stop you right. No, stop. Don't you think that was like a here's a raise? You did a good job.
The
Like
point that I'm getting at.
Payne is the useful idiot, right? He got
Point that I'm getting at is this person is not, again, for right now, currently, or whenever he assumes his retirement and goes into non-law enforcement, he's not writing warrants. He is not writing probable cause affidavits.
I mean, he
He
didn't
is
really
not
do that before.
involved in an investigation.
I think I'm willing to bet he got a raise to get this job.
Fine.
And it
Take
was
the raise. I don't
Green.
care.
It was Green saying, "Good job." That's what I'm saying.
Right. Listen, I've already said, I have always believed for a very long time that Payne was handpicked by Green even for his position with the police. Okay? That's just my opinion. I'm allowed, whatever. So what? It's my opinion. But, so it's not surprising to me at all that he went to the university. I'm not surprised by it. I'm literally stoked. I'm not stoked for those students. I'm not stoked for the kids who have to, you know, just saying.
Payne is the useful idiot. He said, "Here's a promotion. Here's a raise. You did a good job. Shut the fuck up."
Payne's the wolf.
Dude, it was so funny. I was sitting in the back of the press conference and I was watching Dinky's chat off and on, right? Somebody was like, "Is Payne standing up?" And I just jokingly said, "Yes, Payne is standing up." But I couldn't see him, right? Because I was sitting down on the floor. And then I just had to check, right? So I stood up, looked over the crowd. It was, in fact, him standing. That dude is a fucking midget.
Well, it is what it is. They come in all shapes and sizes.
Yeah.
I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even talking about, like, don't ask me why. Whatever. I've said it 1,000 times. Like, that dude has just rubbed me the wrong way from jump. I don't care. First time I saw the body cam with his ride along, he's standing in the dark and just tells his ride along, we're just going to stand here and listen for a minute. I was like,
Yeah. Well, the best part
imagine
about
how
this is,
many
right?
other times they've been standing there in the dark, just watching and listening like a fucking creep.
Right. But like he went to war to fight for our rights, and yet he's sentencing an innocent man to life in prison. Like, you really feeling okay with that, buddy? This is the
Well,
rights that you fought for. You sleep well at night?
I just always thought it was really strange that it was normal. It seemed to be the norm to, like, just kind of roam around in the dark and watch everything, which is just, I don't know, weird, but I guess that's normal cop shit. That's what they do. Like, cops just roam
Yeah.
around and watch people and they think everybody's suspicious. So,
Yeah, especially in little college towns. I just died when those
Mhm.
two U of I chicks said that MPD are some of the best cops in the country. I was like, Jesus fucking Christ. It was funny.
All I know is that, I gotta tell you, if I'm a girl and I happen to fucking look out my window, I don't give a fuck. I look outside or I go to walk my dog. I can't even tell you how many times I thought I saw someone in my yard. And I'm like, who the fuck are you? I'll go right up to you. You know what I'm saying? This is the thing I don't get. You have a dog with you. Like, you're 21. Does nobody have a gun? Nobody has a firearm? I don't know. I mean, I know some people don't like firearms. I'm just saying, if you're of age and you do a little bit of training and, like, for protection and for security, like, nothing wrong with it. Especially if you're a fucking house full of girls. Might be a
Right.
good idea for somebody to have a gun just in case.
You would think. The neighbor had a
You
gun,
know what I
right? And
mean?
everyone thought that he was the murderer because of it.
I'm going to walk my dog at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm packing, bro.
Yeah.
Know what I mean? I have a motto, double
Yeah.
Glock, double locks, and there's a reason I say that because you should
Double
just always
cocks
have
or what? Double cocks or
double
what?
Glocks, double locks, baby.
But what about the double cocks?
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you would think. And the crazy thing is, like, you or U of I, you can carry guns on there. Like, you can, if you're, I think they have to have I think it's like a special permit. I don't think it's like a regular concealed carry permit, but you can carry a gun on U of I campus.
Mm.
Like, I have a friend, right? I met this kid when he was like 14 on PlayStation chat. And this face will back me up on this. He's in the chat. He's my homie. But we met this kid playing Rainbow Six Siege, right? And he went to U of I. He was at U of I in a frat when the murders happened. And I texted that motherfucker when Brian was arrested. I was like, yo, just because somebody's arrested don't mean shit. Like, you still need to watch your shit, right? And we were
Yeah.
talking because I was like, you can carry on campus, because I think he was 21 at the time. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It'll be interesting. Hopefully, we can find the truth someday. But
Well,
yeah,
I'm
it's
just thinking to myself, like, if there's rumors going around that someone had a stalker, Dylan allegedly told someone she's the one who had a stalker, right? That's in one of these documents too, that Dylan said she's the one who had a stalker. So
yeah,
I'm just thinking to myself, you're a house full of girls. You've come home one day, one night, and your door's wide open. And I'm wondering to myself, And then this kid is going around saying that he went into the house when no one was home. And then when they came home, they didn't even know he was there, blah, blah, blah. Right? I'm like, son of a bitch. Is this the same, like, incident? Know what I mean? It's just really strange to me that there's a house full of girls. They seem to be having some issues with people coming in and out. Too many people have the code to the door, or whatever the case may be.
right.
And
Well, that's the other
No
thing.
one's armed.
Supposedly, Green still owned that house through LLCs. He's the leader of U of I, right? He's the president. U of I funds 40% of MPD's budget. Green owns the house, and he's basically controlling the investigation. If there were
Right.
drugs being dealt through the house, doesn't even have to be the people in the house that are dealing, right? But Green is somehow involved. You know what I mean?
I mean, I always thought it was super strange that the university president is sitting in on the briefings and the debriefings, even though this
Exactly.
crime occurred at an off-campus home.
At his own house. At his
Well,
own
right, and it
house.
happened to be his childhood home,
No,
right?
he still owns
And
it.
then
He still
furthermore,
owns the house. He owns
well,
the
right.
house through the LLCs. That's his house.
But see, the way that I also look at it is now at this point, we know that when he's sitting in on these briefings and debriefings, the FBI is there. There's like 40 plus agents from the FBI. And I can't, for the life of me, fathom that not one of these FBI agents wasn't immediately side eyeing the entire thing. Like, wait, so we're just gonna let this civilian sit in on our briefings and debriefings and hear pertinent evidence and facts of the case just because what? Because what? Because the house is his. The house is off campus.
Exactly.
I get it that they were students, but it's still, I don't understand how, like, the feds, spooks, weren't immediately spooked. I don't know how their spook meter didn't start ringing.
Yeah, this whole thing is in fucking sane.
I mean, I'm just saying, if I was an FBI agent and I'm sitting there, I'm like, wait a minute, who the fuck is this guy? That's what I'd be asking. Why is this guy here? He's a civilian, not involved in the investigation in any way, shape, or form. Why is he in our briefings and debriefings?
Dude, it's fucking mind blowing. It is literally mind blowing that it was even allowed that Green ever be involved, let alone U of I ever be involved in an off
Mhm.
campus murder investigation, you know?
Yeah. And it just so happens to be that they get the house back and it's demolished and buried so far in the earth. Like, holy shit.
Yep. Oh, where did my crackers go? Oh, they're over there.
Well, listen, it's always a fun conversation with you, but it's 2 in the morning. Hopefully someone's gonna come up and chit chat with you. I am
Yeah, go to bed.
gonna go back and chat.
I'll watch the hearing and so here's the thing. Bill Thompson, he's an emotionally I think Bill Thompson is a literal psychopath. I think if we tested him, he would fail that test. Just because of how he can just turn on and off his emotional bullshit, you know? Oh, I'm fake
Mhm.
crying. I say their names and then it'll just normal again. He did it with Edelman on the stand, and then the fucking press conference was just a fucking joke. But
Well,
we'll
did you see the one that they put out today? It's him,
nope.
Gilbertson, and one other. It's just the three of them.
Who's him? Payne?
No, Bill.
Oh,
It's Bill Gilbertson and one other. It's a lady who interviewed them at the courthouse. Um, you should be able to find it. I saw it like, I don't know. What time is it? It's 2 in the morning. I want to say it was like fucking 9, 10 o'clock at night or something. Maybe like right around 8. So it wasn't posted that long ago. Um, it's an interview with just the three of them. And some of the stuff that I'm not going to lie to you, like I watched it and I was like, well, he's like the conjecture that he is putting into this conversation about he doesn't know why. We're not really sure which room he went to first or who he targeted or
They don't know
blah blah
shit.
blah. Right,
They don't know shit.
right. I just thought it was interesting some of the way he was answering the questions. It's not long. I want to say it's like 8 minutes or something. So if you can find it, it was pretty interesting if you want to watch it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
But all right, I'm going back and chat. Have a good night.
You too. Drive safe.
Good talking to you.
No more drinking and driving, Miss Potts, okay?
I don't drink and drive ever.
I know. I'm just fucking with you.
I don't even drink.
I might have to drink and drive later. Because
Don't do it.
technically where I'm parked, it says no camping, but if I sleep in my car, I'm not really camping, right?
Why? I mean, I
Well, I'm
guess.
not going to drive home. Like, I'm fucking 30 minutes away from Pullman and I'm drinking. So, like, I'm not driving home. But I could
Then
drive, like,
stop drinking so that you can drive home
don't be a party pooper, okay?
or sleep in your car.
Well, I'm going to sleep in my car regardless. Just saying.
Oh, okay.
Ah, it's just so good.
All right.
The blueberry wine.
Berry wine. Ew.
It's like margarita wine. I don't know.
Margarita wine.
Yeah, it's Gloria or something. Like, I didn't even know it was wine. I thought it was just like a margarita mix that came, with alcohol. And I've had it before, and someone was like blueberries, and I was like, I'll try it. So I'm drinking it.
It sounds terrible. That's not wine.
What is
I don't
wine
know
to
what
you?
the fuck you just said, but that's not wine.
Well, whatever. It has alcohol.
Blueberries? Did you say blueberries?
It's blueberry flavored.
That's not wine.
Chelsea said it's not wine, they're just calling it that. I don't fucking know. It has alcohol in it, and especially when you don't drink like me, it gets you drunk, so that's cool.
If it's good wine, it's definitely not going to say anything about blueberries.
Like, people have this misconception that a K bar is like a weapon of war when it's literally a survival knife, right? But you can kill people with it. You know what I mean? Because it's a knife, and people are
Yeah.
really easy to kill when you actually think about it. So, like, this might not be like the best wine, but it has alcohol in it, and it gets you drunk. So, I'm just saying, like, it gets the job done.
I'm just saying, I'll send you
It's like
like some Valpolicella, some
13.9% alcohol.
Montepulciano. No, you need
Thir-
some like
I don't even
Montepulciano. You
like
need
wine. Don't
Valpolicella. You
send me
need
that shit.
Abruzzo.
Nope, nope,
I don't know
nope. I don't
what you're
want it.
talking about with this blueberry shit.
13.9% alcohol by volume, bitches. What's up?
Abruzzo. Okay. Just get a Montepulciano at the liquor store for like $10. I promise you. Way better. Okay. I'm going back and chat.
It's not about better. It's just about getting the job done. You know.
It'll get the job done. And it's not this blueberry tainted bullshit that you're drinking. It's real wine.
What, you don't like taints?
Huh? I don't. I don't. I don't like the taint. Ew. Okay. Bye, Twiz. I'm
Good
going back
night.
in chat.
Alrighty.
Bye.
Sleep well. Robert, you. Robert, are you here? Apparently, Space is a bitch and didn't click the link. Is your tongue blue? I don't know. I can't see it. It's dark as fuck out here. Let me see. I don't think so. How many Roberts are you? What the fuck is going on here?
I don't know how many percent.
How many times did you click on this thing? I had to kick you.
Beans were both drinking tonight.
Yeah, drinking is fun, right?
Yeah, I've been. Today was my cousin's birthday, so he came over earlier and wanted me to take a couple of shots of Jameson. He left the bottle behind, so I'm like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna drink it."
Damn.
But I've been reading over those documents like everybody else has, and I noticed something when I was doing the live last night. They found a K bar in the sheath in the bushes in Genesee, and Mr. Midget Brett Payne said that it didn't match the wounds, but why would he keep it in evidence?
Well, if it didn't match the wounds, how would Brian's K-bar match the wounds?
Yeah.
That's crazy. I haven't seen that part yet, I don't think. I just knew that they found a K-bar in Genesee and it had like a corded handle, but it also had a sheath, right? So like they wouldn't have been
Yes.
looking for
It
Brian's
it had
injury.
a black Kytex sheath, and this little child found it in the bushes in Genesee while they were playing.
Hmm. Interesting. What? Don't say Jeff H, Jeff H, Jeff H, Jeff H 3 times, or he'll show up.
No, he's been coming in as other names too.
Yeah, that's only like when he's blocked, which I don't think he's blocked here unless one of my mods did it before. I don't know. Yeah, I mean he's an idiot, but whatever. Like all the guilters right now are having their little parade, and that's fine. You know, they got their guilty conviction, I guess.
Yeah. I
But
watched. I freaking Steve G was on News Nation tonight again, and apparently his wife was receiving threatening text messages while they were in at the sentencing hearing, and he's blaming pro burgers.
yeah, I don't know. He can blame whoever he wants. You know. Tanel, funny joke. There are no bushes behind me. There's a river, so no sneaking up on me.
But yeah, some of these docs are very interesting, especially the one where Payne said he is relegated to guarding the back sliding glass door.
Right. It's all a joke. I mean, Steve doesn't believe the narrative that he's being told, but he still thinks Brian did it, which I don't really understand the logic there. Because, like, you're being lied to, but you believe this one part. It's like Brian did it, but everything else you're saying is bullshit. But he still believes. I don't know. He'll come around someday. It's fine.
Yeah, he was on. He was on. It was being Banfield was being hosted by Brian Enton, and Steve kept saying, "I don't understand why the state is protecting this monster. Why are they protecting a killer?"
Well, maybe someday Steve will have a man-to-man talk, with me, and we can discuss this. But the state isn't protecting the killer; they're protecting themselves. Like
Yeah.
I said the other day, I think the 99-year no contact ban is to stop Brian from telling the truth. It's not because Brian is not trying to contact these people, okay?
No.
But they have an order of protection being like, oh, yeah, don't contact us, Brian, blah, blah. It's because he doesn't want Brian to tell the families the truth. That's Bill Thompson is trying to save his own fucking ass the entire time.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think that this was his retirement swan song.
Yeah, he's just a piece of shit. It's whatever.
Yeah,
Bill
it,
Thompson sucks.
it kind of makes me wonder if this was Hitler's swan song too.
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting one with Hitler because supposedly he's connected to Green through some law firm, blah blah blah, back in the day. It's all bullshit. Hopefully, the truth can come out soon. Sooner rather than later would be nice, but we'll see. We'll see what
Yeah.
happens.
I was watching something earlier, and it was Brian's mom and sister's reaction to uh, the victim impact attack by Miss Olivia Gonzalez, and and it said most of the time they were putting their heads in their heads in their hands and had their head down, and his mom was crying at the basically the brutality that Olivia was going after her son.
Yeah, she did a lot of self snitching in that. It'll be I don't know, it'll be interesting if and when, like, let's just say that Brian didn't commit the crime like they're saying, and he can prove it later on. Like, it'll be funny looking back at all of this, you know what I mean?
Yeah. What happened to? I mean, the last time I saw Olivia, she was kind of portly and chubby, and now look at her. Is
Yeah,
it
she was
because
pregnant.
now she looks like she went through some kind of plastic surgeon there in freaking California?
She might have. She was pregnant before. It's whatever with her. I don't know. I don't really take it seriously. I hope Brian didn't take it seriously. Like, in their view, and it's hard to blame them that, Brian did do it.
Yeah, Sherlock Holmes said it was Ozempic.
Oh, I stood up. I think I'm drunk. The
Did you fall
wine is
down?
working. Helmet's pot. It did the job.
Did you fall down?
No.
But yeah, so far I'm on. I've made it past the 200s. I want to get some printer paper and print all that shit out.
You should. I've heard some of them, but I've been so sleep deprived and shit and sleeping, so I haven't heard a lot of them yet.
Yeah, I know in the 300s there's the supplemental autopsy reports. Oh, and Steve was on TV saying that his daughter was punched in the face, her teeth was knocked out, and she was stabbed in the top of the head.
Interesting.
So he's changed his story. What now? 9,000 times?
Yeah, I mean, he gets he gets bad information sometimes, but he also believes it. So it's hard to fault him because he's definitely being lied to. But at the same point in time, like, he knows he's being lied to, yet he still believes it. So I don't get it, but
Yeah, I watched those 3 morning show interviews that they did, and each show, which they did in the same day, CBS Good Morning America, and the Today Show, each freaking show was just a copy, paste, and repeat of the last show. Where Shannon Gray was saying that they had a talk with Bill Thompson and they get first dibs on all the discovery.
yeah, we'll see. I don't understand why he believes anything that he's being told, but we'll see.
Yeah, because they stated on the Today Show that they were told that they were going to get stuff, but they weren't being told anything that was going on in this case. Well, gee, I wonder why. You're the only family that's went on the media parade since this entire case started. I wouldn't trust the Gonzalez family either with information, especially when they're going on a media parade.
I think they used them, though. They didn't not want them to talk to the media. They just wanted them saying the stuff that they wanted them to say.
I kind of like feeding them bits of information so they would go on the news.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, exactly, Renee. The document said she was unrecognizable, but by several different people, and even in the document I read, which was Brett Payne first getting there, Brett Payne said when he went up to the 3rd floor, the girl on the left hand side, which was Kaylee, he couldn't recognize her because she was stabbed in the face several times, and she was so unrecognizable. He said he stood there for a minute and stared at her to make sure it was a human he was staring at.
Yeah, it's a crazy situation.
This whole case.
I want to know, like, the family said she was reluctant to go back that weekend, but do they know why she was reluctant, or I don't know. There's lots of questions.
According to the Gonzalez's, she wasn't living at the house. She was basically living with them, and she wanted to go back to show Maddie her brand new car. The Range Rover, Land Rover, whatever it is, and she was going to be back at their house on Monday morning because she was headed to Austin or Texas somewhere. But yeah, they both said from the get go that she did not. She moved out of the house and she was living there.
Right. And then she went back. I don't know.
Yeah.
That whole thing is weird. Like, if it's just like a random attack, then she just got super lucky, or did somebody get Dylan to bring her back? It's weird.
Christy said that she went back to show Maddie her new Range Rover, and that was the only reason why she was going back. But something had to happen for her to want to move out, to want to move back in with her parents.
That's what I'm saying. I was thinking about this earlier because the 4 victims had all left the Greek system, but maybe they left the Greek system due to, like, the drug dealing shit, which it would be weird if they were in, like, the drug dealing house still. But I don't know.
Yeah, and I read the report from Rosendahl and the other officer that was doing the plainclothes detail at night to, was the Banfield stops and stuff. And they said on their patrol they were driving around the Queen Road apartments, back and forth and back by 1122, and they saw two individuals, possibly three, walking to the King Road house, and and the officer said one of them looked like a blonde, and there was a dark vehicle setting there with its lights on.
Right.
And if we remember from the early beginnings of this case, what did Enon Harsh say? Enon Harsh said there was a black SUV sitting there when he came in from work.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of weird shit around this case.
Around
But
in it, the entire case is weird.
they still haven't even proven that a car was connected to the crime, and it makes
No.
way more sense to walk. So
Yeah, and with this plea deal, which is a very stupid fucking plea deal, we'll never know exactly what happened that night. This is going to go down as the most non-transparent case in the history of the judicial system.
yeah, unless the defense has some shit up their sleeve, which is kind of what it seems like they're claiming, at least. We'll see.
Yeah, I know I'm going to keep digging on this case. I'll keep digging
Me
until
too.
I keep digging until I can't dig no more. And apparently there was a tip that was called in September 24th, September 2024, and it was a tip that would exonerate Brian, but the tip was taken as not credible by Brett Payne, and the tip got lost in the shuffle, apparently.
Of course it did.
Oh, Lucy's funny. You know the newest guilter, Brian Koberger.
Yeah, I actually have a shirt idea that we should make, which
Okay.
would be pretty funny for that. We'll see.
Mm. Well, the guilters are just eating this shit up.
Yeah, they're a bunch of idiots. I don't even really care. There's a lot of stupid people out in the world. Can you guys hear
Yeah.
the cows across the river?
Barely.
Because they're mooing a lot. Little fuckers. I should swim across there and kick them in the ass.
Drunk Twiz going to cow tipping.
It's insane. Who's ready to watch the stupid fucking hearing? Which is why I'm here. Maybe. I don't know. Now I'm drunk, so I really don't give a shit about anything.
I'm just about
Cop
there.
and Dop are gonna get you. Like she got us that one, 34 Avenue or whatever. She's gonna run up to the camera and take a picture. What's she gonna do?
Miss Potts, don't you dare touch those cows.
I will swim across that river. I don't give a fuck. I'll just go naked. I don't have a swimming suit.
God, that was naked.
I'll bring a flashlight in my mouth, you know, so I can see. It'll be fine. This river is actually pretty wide. Like, I don't even think my flashlight could reach the other side. If it was light out, I'd totally do it. I've swum across this river before.
What was war? Jeff H is ovulating.
Yeah. I don't know about that Jeff H guy.
Now I can tell. Now I can tell I'm getting drunk. I'm seeing the screen, and there's 3 of it.
Right? What wagon?
My God, I'm seeing 3 of Lucy Morningstar.
Well, that's just probably because she's typing a lot. A freaking mosquito like bit my foot or something. My foot is all itchy. All right, I'm gonna start watching this hearing.
Okay, I'm gonna jump down, and I'm gonna go harass my wife.
Ooh, have fun.
I love you, Twiz. Bye.
See ya. And now you guys just have me. Mwah. Let's see if I can get this hearing playing through all these bugs on my screen.
Think about the best for everyone
Oh,
and to love and show love to everyone.
him.
After everything happened, I was afraid to go. And from then on, I don't remember. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be
This is
speaking
Bill
on behalf
Fox.
of Bethany, and so, yeah, here it reads. My name is Bethany Funk, and I was,
his universe. He has contaminated. I'm not.
Nothing.
Stay can argue.
Ah, here it is, Bill. What a fucking retard. Hey, if you guys, everybody in chat, if you
Thank you,
guys,
Your Honor.
if you follow Bill's band or something, let me know the next time he plays, because I'll totally go there and call him a fucking piece of shit to his face. Anyways, let's listen to his bullshit.
Just as a housekeeping matter to start, there will be the issue of restitution. That is, the documentation is being gathered, and we ask the court would defer that for 30 days so we can present it in an orderly fashion and make sure it's comprehensive for everyone.
The objection to leaving restitution open in 60 days. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's necessary and appropriate to share for everyone here, including the court, the background that brings us in front of Your Honor today for these proceedings. As the record reflects, and as everybody in this courtroom knows, the defendant has pleaded guilty to all 5 counts charged in the indictment. Under oath before Your Honor, he has admitted that the charges against him are true. He has reassured the court that he has not been coerced or threatened to make those admissions. And Your Honor did an extraordinary job in taking the pleas back on July 2nd. We appreciate the court's discipline and insight. The defendant has also waived appeal on the multitude of rulings from this court and Your Honor's predecessor in Latah County on dozens, literally dozens of motions seeking to dismiss the case, seeking to control or limit evidence, seeking to offer evidence that would not be appropriate. And we appreciate the court's consistent rulings based on the law, based on the facts. As Your Honor will recall, on June 18th, it's just really not that long ago, we appeared before this court for arguments on what became the defendant's final motions to this court. Motion where they wanted to offer evidence suggesting that other people were responsible for the defendant's actions, and the motion seeking essentially an indefinite continuance of the trial. It was readily apparent to all of us in the courtroom from Your Honor's comments that those motions were not going to be granted. So we returned to Moscow and continued with what we had been working on for months in preparation for trial. We had no qualms about going to trial if trial was what was necessary and appropriate. The following week after we were in court, we were approached by the defense with an inquiry about a possible plea. And I can tell the court this is the first suggestion ever that there was any consideration, because indeed the defense had maintained from the beginning that Mr. Koberger, the defendant, was factually innocent. It's clear that the reality of the evidence and the case that had been investigated and prepared and that we were ready to present in court became a reality. Our reaction, among other things, was to reach out to all the families. And in fact, later that week, on Thursday and Friday of that last week of June, we met with representatives by teams, virtual meetings with representatives of all the families. And we talked about the status of the case and the upcoming trial and things that related to the trial. And we also let them know that there had been an inquiry about whether there might be an offer for a plea. And we asked the family members for their thoughts and feelings. And they were candid. And they have been candid since, and we respect that. And we understand, recognize, and acknowledge that there was a difference of opinion among representatives of the different families. We understand that. One of the challenges of this case, one of the unique things about this case is we have multiple victims, each unique unto themselves, their families and friends unique unto themselves, and all of them entitled to their opinions, all of them entitled to their thoughts. Over the following weekend, our prosecution team, very skilled attorneys who were personally as well as professionally deeply invested in this case, met. And we talked, and the decision was reached. Well, to start with, were there to be any sort of plea offer or discussion, there's only one possibility. And that would be for the defendant to plead guilty straight up to all charges. There would be no bargaining about counts. There would be no bargaining about reduced sentences. And so we made the proposal to the defense that if the defendant was willing to plead guilty up front to all 5 counts as charged and waive appeal of the court's myriad decisions during the past 2.5+ years on all these motions, that would have consumed years, if not decades, of time in the future. By the end of the weekend, we were notified the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged and factually acknowledge his responsibility in court for these horrible crimes. Obviously, those discussions and negotiations were confidential. And as Your Honor noted, I believe that was necessarily so, because if the defendant had decided not to plead guilty, it would have been devastating to our jury pool for there to be public information that there had been consideration by either party to a plea resolution. And protecting the prospective integrity of the trial after so many years was paramount. So, the end of the weekend came. We notified the victims' families of what had occurred. I recognize and acknowledge personally, and I respect the fact that of these fine, suffering people here, not everybody agreed with the decision we make. I accept that. It's my responsibility in the end. I recognize that that's the duty of the office that I hold. So now, it is time for the judicial system to impose final judgment and close the door on this chapter of these tragedies. As the court is aware, by the agreement of the parties, it is the state's prayer. Perhaps have the Elmo police turned on. Thank you. That on count one, the felony burglary, that the court sentenced the defendant to the maximum period of 10 years fixed in the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. Then on count two, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Maddie Mogan. On count three, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. On count four, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Xana Kernodle. On count five, that the court sentenced the defendant to fixed life for the murder of Ethan Chapin. And the state further prays that these sentences be ordered to run consecutively, back to back, not at the same time, to recognize and respect the unique individuality of each of these beautiful young people whose lives were taken brutally and for no reason. And hopefully now, as we have heard earlier this morning, it is time to afford the families and the friends and the community and the state of Idaho and the nation and the world to move forward. We can't undo, and we can never undo, the horror of what occurred on the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho. For a long time, The presiding district judge in Latah County was John Stegner, who eventually became a member and a justice of the Idaho Supreme Court. And Justice Stegner often observed that even God cannot change the past. But everyone in this room has the ability to take themselves forward. And we want the judicial system to afford them the opportunity today to do that. From today forward, our memories should be focused on these innocent victims whose lives were taken, on their families, on their friends, on the community. The court has heard discussion, talk today, reminiscences today about a special family that our victims shared, not just their natural, legal, and biological families, not just their university family within their sororities, for example. But this family. This is the picture taken on November 12th, 2022, of the special family of 1122 King Road. And you can see all 6 of these dynamic, vibrant, loving, special, innocent faces taken together just across the street from their residence, and barely 12 hours before 4 of them would be brutally murdered in their sleep. They've been described consistently as being bright, caring, vivacious, with futures we can only imagine now. But they were, and they remain, a special family that I think we should all recognize and appreciate. So it's time to move forward. There have been a number of statements directed specifically at the defendant today. I have one last thought. After Your Honor imposes judgment and sentences the defendant to spend the rest of his life in prison, in other words, sentence the defendant to die in prison, he's going to stand up in the belly chains and the leg irons that he's wearing today, and he's going to be escorted into the custody of the Idaho Department of Correction. And the door will close behind him forever. That is the closure that we seek, that all of these people, these loving friends and family deserve, so that we can move forward. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bill Thompson, you're a bitch. Hippler, you're a bitch.
All right, does the defense have evidence to present today? All right. Does defense wish to make argument today? All right, Mr. Kohlberger, you have an opportunity to make a statement if you wish to. I take it you are declining.
I respectfully decline.
Go. please. All right, let me start this morning by acknowledging and thanking those that have come here today in support of their loved ones. And I appreciate your courage and your strength. And I hope that you are able to move on as best as possible. Thank counsel for the professionalism that they've exhibited throughout this case. It's been my great honor to preside in this case and to help bring, to the extent possible, some resolution and hopefully justice to this case. During the quiet morning hours of November 13, 2022, a faceless coward breached the tranquility of 6 beautiful young people and senselessly slaughtered them, 4 of them. Who committed this unspeakable evil was unknown for several weeks, but due to the killer's incompetence and outstanding police work by numerous local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, the person that slithered through that sliding glass door at 1122 King Road now stands before the world and this court unmasked. This unfathomable and senseless act of evil has caused immeasurable pain and loss. No parent should ever have to bury their child. This is the greatest tragedy that can be inflicted upon a person. Parents who took their children to college in a truck filled with moving boxes had to bring them home in hearses lined with coffins. The loss this killer inflicted was not just the death of these people's children, siblings, grandchildren, as we've heard today. It has ripped a hole in their soul, destroying a special part of their very essence. Any person who is a parent defines themselves foremost as such. It is their existence and purpose of being. And it has been stolen from these parents. None of us have experienced the loss these victims have in the unspeakable way that they have. And therefore, none of us can, nor should we, question the way in which they have handled their loss. Whether that be in private mourning, removed as far as possible from this media circus, or in front of a camera demanding retribution with the loudest megaphone. I've listened intently to the stories and pain that have been shared today, with great awe at the courage and resilience of the surviving family members of those wonderful children. I've listened also to the surviving roommates, both in person and through their friends. And I can't think of how, frankly, courageous they have been despite the hell that they have faced by uncaring people who have come up with all kinds of crazy theories about 2 kids simply being kids. The parents, siblings, and other family members who have spoken today are designated as victims in our legal system. But going forward, I hope that they can shed that label, as it gives too much power to the evil that condemned them to that role. They are and should be known as survivors, fighters, and foremost as witnesses to the tremendous lives of value and unbounded promise of these 4 young people. But those speaking today and those who did not speak, but who carry the same burden, this same loss, now carry forward the memories of these now perpetually young people, these forever children. These survivors carry the responsibility of ensuring that the voices of these children, Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, are never forgotten, and the positive impacts that they have had on so many lives are never minimized, and that the love they shared, the light that they shined onto others, is forever celebrated. As we sit here today, this case is ending, and we are now certain who committed these unspeakable acts of evil, but we don't know, and what we may never know is why. I share the desire expressed by others to understand the why, but upon reflection, it seems to me, and this is just my own opinion, that by continuing to focus on why, we continue to give Mr. Kohberger relevance. We give him agency and we give him power.
In other words, let's keep everything a secret.
The need to know what is inherently not understandable makes us dependent upon the defendant to provide us with a reason, and that gives him the spotlight, the attention, and the power he appears to crave. Yet even if I could force him to speak, which legally I cannot, how could anyone ever be assured that what he speaks is the truth? Do we really believe, after all of this, he's capable of speaking the truth or of giving up something of himself to help the very people whose lives he destroyed? Rather, I suspect the so-called reason would be dished out in enticing, self-serving, and aggrandizing untruthful bits, leaving people wanting more information, more insight, and thus enhancing even further the power he seeks to hold. Even if we could get truthful insight into his why, I suspect it would not in any way quench one's thirst for actually understanding why in the first instance. Because there is no reason for these crimes that could approach anything resembling rationality. No conceivable reason could make any sense. And in the end, the more we struggle to seek explanation for the unexplainable, the more we try to extract a reason, the more power and control we give to him. In my view, the time has now come to end Mr. Kohberger's 15 minutes of fame. It's time that he be consigned to the ignominy and isolation of perpetual incarceration. I know there has been concern about him collaborating on books or movies or other media projects, and I truly hope that someone does not stoop to affording him this spotlight that he desires in the name of clicks, royalties, or profits. While criminal behavioralists should study him away from the spotlight in an attempt to prevent other would-be killers from acting on their worst impulses, there should be no need for that to spill over into the public eye. The great Idaho jurist Edward Lodge was known for trying to find something positive about every person he ever sentenced. And with over a half a century as a trial judge, that was a lot of people. This was often challenging, and I recall in one case he said that the best he could come up with was the defendant had good penmanship. Truth be told, I'm unable to come up with anything redeeming about Mr. Kohberger because his grotesque acts of evil have buried and hidden anything that might have been good or intrinsically human about him. His actions have made him the worst of the worst. Even in pleading guilty, he is giving nothing hinting of remorse or redemption, nothing suggesting even a recognition or understanding, let alone regret for the pain that he has caused. And therefore, I will not attempt to speak about him further, other than to simply sentence him so that he is forever removed from civilized society. And accordingly, based upon his conduct and based upon the record before this court, recognizing the standards that govern this court's sentencing decisions as set forth in State v. Toohill, I hereby sentence Mr. Kohberger as follows. On count 1, burglary, 10 years fixed, 0 years indeterminate. I also impose a fine of $50,000. Count 2, first-degree murder of Madison Mogan. I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000. and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 3, for first-degree murder of Kaylee Gonsalves, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the victim of the family, or to the family of the victim, pardon me. On count 4, for the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. On count 5, for the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, I sentence the defendant to a fixed term of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, a fine of $50,000, and a civil penalty of $5,000 payable to the family of the victim. The sentences on counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 shall run consecutively to one another. Restitution will be left open for 60 days. Defendant will be required to submit a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression to the Department of Corrections and comply with the DNA Database Act. I remand the defendant to the custody of the Idaho State Board of Corrections for to be imprisoned in an appropriate facility and execution of the sentence where he will remain until he dies. Though you have waived your right to appeal, you do have a right to file a notice of appeal, and any such appeal must be filed within 42 days of the date of the written judgment, which will be entered shortly hereafter. Though the appeal, you should be aware, may be deemed a violation of the plea agreement, and so I certainly suggest you discuss that with counsel if that is your desire. I ask the media and public present to allow the families to be escorted out first before they leave. Again, thank you to everyone for your stories today. I am strengthened by them, and I am encouraged by your humanity and strength. And God bless you. We're adjourned.
Man, at least he's not emotionally manipulative like Bill is, even though he tried. It was I don't even know how to describe it. I was just sitting there laughing in my head about it. What happened after that? The families left, and then we walked out. Nothing crazy happened at that point. Dude, I thought it was so funny when he was like, if you appeal, you're violating the plea agreement. Like, that would matter. Dude, it's just so funny how he just doesn't react to anything, but all he wants is attention. And that's what I think is really funny about like the G fam, their statements. Like, if he did commit the crime and all he wanted was attention and shit, like, you saying the things that you said would just be giving him what he wants, and he would win in the end anyways. Did I float where? I think Bethany was there, but she had Emily read her statement for whatever reason. Yeah, she can have people read her statement for her while she's sitting in the audience crying. I am not a witch. So you guys are bastards. You can't find your phone. Let me call it. Why can't you find your phone? You found it, but did you answer?
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Nope.
The person.
Rude. All right. Who's got a link for the press conference? Yeah, Lucy, where was your phone? Where did you find it? You said you couldn't find it, but you found it within like 3 seconds of me calling it, so it had to have been close. What I find interesting is like there's a picture of his sister and like his mom and stuff leaving the courthouse, but like she has that same. His stare is kind of weird, and I'm not gonna lie, because when we locked eyes when he walked in the courtroom, like he's got like a weird stare, you know. But like his sister's look is like basically the same. If I was a witch, I'd be the best witch. Let's be real. Yeah, Tanel, I wish I would have been live because I was literally sitting in the back of it, like laughing the entire time. And afterwards, I don't know if this he was some sort of police officer. I don't know if he was in the press conference afterwards, but like I was talking to this girl because she was like, "Yo, I heard you think that he's innocent." And she was like asking me questions about it. And she was like, that officer is being like, why the like what the fuck are these guys doing? Thinking that we're suspicious. And I was like, I don't give a fuck. He can think we're suspicious all we want. We're sitting in public property. So like say something, you know. Would I be an Amish witch? Clearly not, because I'm on YouTube in the middle of fucking nowhere. I got some technology going on. Where, Lucy? And who are these people? Did Brian draw that picture? From what I have been told, Massoff gave him that picture. Brian doesn't know anybody in that house. Did you see what I was sent you? Meg P, are you drunk like me? And what did you send me and where did you send it? What are you talking about? I don't have anything in Discord. I was told that Massoff gave it to him to like concentrate on rather than hearing what the people were saying about him, you know? Meg P, I don't think you sent me anything anywhere. I don't know what you're talking about. Did you see the word Lucy and I'm still waking up? If you're still waking up, that makes sense because nothing you're saying is making sense to me. I need the press conference. Somebody give it to me because apparently this channel doesn't have it. Dude, Down syndrome pit bulls' lives matter. We should all care about the Down syndrome pit bulls. Well, this is what I would have told Brian, that it's not about him. So everything that they're saying is like about the fictitious Brian that they've created, not about the actual Brian, you know? So like I wouldn't take it personally.
This investigation, one of the most complex and high-profile cases in our state's history, was made possible by an extraordinary level of collaboration. From local and state police officers to federal agents and analysts, as well as prosecutors, forensics teams, and technical experts. It also took immense courage, patience, and resilience from a grieving community whose role was invaluable. From the very beginning of this tragedy, Moscow Police Department and our law enforcement partners never lost sight of the mission, which was to bring justice for the victims and their families and to hold accountable the person who committed these horrible crimes. Despite the complexity of this case, our team never wavered. They never gave up, and we completed the mission. During this investigation, I was fortunate to witness the level of professionalism, expertise, drive, and passion that each member of the investigative team brought to the overall effort. And it was truly awe-inspiring. To all who came to our aid and assisted in this immense undertaking, I cannot express my gratitude enough. We are forever thankful. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the amazing communities of Moscow and the University of Idaho. For weeks on end during this investigation, the support you provided to our team was greatly appreciated. The numerous phone calls, letters, and seemingly endless stream of food helped keep our spirits high and encouraged us to press on. Today, we want to provide an opportunity to hear from the key agencies involved in the investigation, prosecution, and overall response to this case. Each agency played a vital role in pursuit of truth and accountability. Further remarks will be provided by the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, followed by the Idaho State Police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the Office of the Attorney General. Each speaker will provide brief comments, followed by a limited Q&A session. With that, I'd like to introduce Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, representing the Latah County Prosecutor's Office.
Thank you, Anthony. Welcome, everybody. It's been a long time since we've been able to stand in the same room together, and you have to listen to me talk. I'm sorry. First off, I want to thank the folks here in Ada County. I can tell you I would much prefer to be in Latah County right now and be able to talk to the people most directly impacted by this. But Ada County has been a phenomenal support and protector for the integrity of this case. And I just want to send that shout out right now. So today, you are all, I think, listening in either in person or with the live stream. We have reached the conclusion of the judicial process, and we believe we've achieved accountability and finality and certainty for everyone who has suffered from this, so we can try to move on. As you are aware, Mr. Koberger pleaded guilty to all 5 counts of the indictment. He pleaded guilty as charged. There was no plea bargain to change charges, drop charges. He pleaded guilty straight up, and he admitted under oath to Judge Hippler that the allegations are true. He has also received a life and death sentence, and that he is going into the Department of Corrections custody and he will remain there until he dies. And our communities are protected from him. Our communities are safe from him. And we have finality and conclusion.
We need to be protected from Bill, but thank God he's retiring.
Not just for the families, but for everyone who suffered because of this. Chief Dollinger talked about the extraordinary teamwork on this case. And I can tell you that Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and I, we were with the investigators from day one. We worked as a team beyond any team that I've seen in my almost 33 years as a Latah County prosecutor and 45 years as an attorney in Idaho. This level of collaboration is indescribably phenomenal. And in this room, we have representatives of the FBI, and you'll hear, of course, Special Agent Grover. We have representatives from the Idaho State Police. We have representatives from the Moscow Police Department. We have representatives from the Office of the Idaho Attorney General. I can tell you, I will be forever grateful for the assistance that Jeff Nye, the head of the criminal division, and his deputy attorneys general, Ingrid Maddie, standing beside him, offer to us. I don't know that we would have been able to reach the conclusion that we have today as successfully without their brilliant and dedicated work. And they too have lived this case from the get-go. Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, not just the immediate biological or legal families, but the university family, the 1122 King Street family. You all saw the group picture, and you've seen that group picture so many times over the past 2.5 years. And now you have real faces to go with those young, vibrant people who
you don't know what you're supposed to do, and somehow it all just comes together. And then you don't know why you wouldn't have known it in the first place. By studying geometry, we can think about our first principle.
4 of whom were killed 12 hours, half day after that picture was taken. We respect the families. We realize that we had tough decisions to make, and we made them, but we did not make them in a vacuum. As I said in court today, we reached out to the families. We asked their thoughts. We listened to what they had to say. We accept and recognize that not everybody agrees with the decision we made, but this isn't a popularity contest. And we made what we thought was the most appropriate decision under the law and on the facts to give this case closure in a sense it would never be realized otherwise. Judge Hipler talked today about, I guess, the fallacy of expecting that there would be some miraculous coming clean and disclosure from the defendant. In the first instance, as the judge said, he doesn't have the power to compel that. We, the state, don't have the power to compel that. And as a practical matter, it would not be helpful. It would give him a forum to share whatever he thought, to control the dialogue. Not going to happen to our victims. We can't allow that to happen. So I'll say this with caution. I look forward to your questions. I will be perfectly honest with you. I will answer them as best I can. If I can't tell you the answer to something, I'll tell you that. And I ask for your assistance and your respect as we walk through that, because There are still people who are suffering, and I'm not going to victimize families. I'm not going to victimize the deceased again. And I'll just tell you that if we get those sorts of questions. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Right now, what I would like to do is hand the podium over to Colonel Bill Gardner from the Idaho State Police so he can share his agency's perspective on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bill Gardner, Director of the Idaho State Police. To the families, your courage and strength throughout this painful process, it indeed kept us moving forward. Your strength, and particularly your love for one another, was inspiring, and it motivated all of us. You've carried a burden no one should ever have to bear. This investigation demanded the very best from everyone involved. Crime scene teams, forensic scientists, intelligence analysts, and investigators answered the call with professionalism, precision, and resolve. They did not do it for recognition. They did it because 4 innocent lives were taken, and the victims and their families deserve nothing less. It is clear this case required a team approach. Not only did the Moscow Police Department, the Latah County Sheriff's Office, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI come together quickly, but others provided significant assistance behind the scenes. I'd like to highlight a few of those. I personally want to thank Colonel Paris of the Pennsylvania State Police. Once this case moved across the country, the Pennsylvania State Police went out of their way to provide resources and support while our people were on the ground there. Also, it's important to note that from the moment this case began, Governor Little was fully supportive of the investigative process. He provided funding and support to make sure the job was done right. And finally, as was already mentioned, the Idaho Attorney General's office provided significant input and help during the preliminary motions. We relied heavily upon their expertise as we moved throughout this whole process. As law enforcement officers, we often say that this is more than a job, it's a calling. This case reminds us why we answer that call, why we stand for victims, why we fight. In this case, why we fight pure evil, and why we keep going, even when the road is long and answers are hard to find. In this horrific case, I am proud of the work that was done and the people who carried it out. They exemplify the very best of our profession and helped bring closure to 4 families. I'll now turn the podium over to Salt Lake City FBI Field Office Supervisory Senior Resident Agent, Brett Grover.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Grover. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent in our Coeur d'Alene office of the FBI, which is part of our FBI Salt Lake City division. On behalf of the FBI, we offer our deepest condolences to the families of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xander Canoodle, and Ethan Chapin.
For better productivity, one monitor often isn't enough, especially when working on a laptop. That's why
the culmination of this case was a long time coming, and we hope the victims' families and friends have some sense of peace in knowing that Brian Kohberger is being held responsible and accountable for his heinous actions. The FBI is proud to have supported the Moscow Police Department in the state of Idaho with the investigation and prosecution of this case. Countless hours have gone into this investigation. The FBI dedicated significant resources to include digital and forensic analysis, intelligence support from our folks at FBI headquarters and field offices around the country, and victim services, which continue to this day. Today's sentencing also demonstrates how the responsible use of investigative genetic genealogy, or IgG, can transform a crime scene into accountability and closure. The IgG process involves the use of DNA analysis combined with traditional genealogy research to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crimes. In late 2022, IgG provided a crucial investigative direction for investigators working this case. But I want to be clear, IgG was just one tool that led us here today. It's a powerful complement to the core investigative work done by both the FBI and our partner agencies. The bottom line is that successful cases like this are about strong partnerships and a shared goal, the goal of keeping our communities safe and providing a measure of justice for the families of our victims. Thank you. I'll now turn the time over to the Attorney General for the state of Idaho.
Good afternoon. I'm Raul Labrador. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Idaho. Today's a heavy day for the families who lost their children, for the community of Moscow, and for the entire state of Idaho. With the sentencing today, a painful chapter closes in one of the darkest and most heartbreaking moments in our state's history. We're here because 4 young lives were stolen from us far too soon. They were full of promise. They had dreams and aspirations, people who loved them, and communities that believed in them. Their loss is immeasurable. Their absence is felt every day, not only by their families, but by classmates, friends, neighbors, and all of us who came to know their names and their stories. There is no sentence that can bring true justice for this kind of evil. Nothing we do today can undo the heartache or fill the empty chairs at family tables. But today's sentencing ensures one thing, that the perpetrator will never again walk free. In fact, he will never harm another family. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Prosecutor Bill Thompson, whose steady leadership has guided this case from the beginning, to the people of Layton County for their trust and commitment to justice, and to the state of Idaho, and to the state, also to the local and federal law enforcement communities who have been focused on bringing justice for the victims. I also want to recognize Jeff Nye, who's the chief of my office's criminal law division, and the team of attorneys in my office who work side by side with local prosecutors. Their contributions were quiet, but vital. They help protect the grand jury's work. They push back against legal challenges and successfully defended the use of advanced forensic tools that helped identify Kohberger. These were groundbreaking legal efforts done with resolve, with care, and in the name of public safety. Their outstanding legal work spared the families and the public from a drawn-out, painful trial that would have reopened wounds and prolonged the family's agony. When I became the Attorney General 2.5 years ago, I interviewed Jeff Nye. He was not the chief of the criminal division at the time. And I asked him if there was anything he would change in the office of Attorney General. If you get to know Jeff, he had a long list. It was a very long list of things that he would change in the criminal division. But the first thing he talked about was the fact that our office was not helping local prosecutors with their defense, with their prosecution. It was a take it or leave it kind of approach, that we either took the case and handled all the matter, or we did nothing at all. And he said that there were important cases where we could actually assist in the Office of Attorney General. It's one of the reasons I hired him to be my chief of the criminal division. And I think today culminates the wise decision that he had to make those changes and the important change that we made in the office. This moment didn't come easily. It was the result of tireless effort, careful preparation, and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Behind the scenes, our legal teams worked diligently to defend dozens of legal challenges. Their efforts not only helped ensure a just outcome, they also spared the families and the community from the painful trial and endless appeals that would have reopened deep wounds. To the families of Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, no words from any of us, no legal ruling, and no sentence from a judge can heal what you've endured. But I want you to know this. My sincere wish is that you have not carried this burden alone. Idaho grieves with you. Idaho stands with you. And your children's names will not be forgotten. We honor them, not only with our words today, but with our commitment to protecting others in their memory. I will never stop fighting for the people of Idaho, and I thank every single member of this community who has just reached out to the families and supported them. And may God bless the souls of the victims and the families who have suffered.
Thank you. Now we will transition into our question and answer phase. Joining me at the podium will be Bill Thompson with the prosecutor's office and the 2 lead investigators, Brett Payne and Darren Gilbertson. Just a couple of things before we begin. We recognize that everyone has a lot of questions. We're going to try to do our best to get to as many as we possibly can. Also, keep in mind that there are still some things that we are unable to talk about because of either privacy interests for the victims and their families and/or
AKA, let's keep everything a secret because the victims.
they are under seal currently in the court. So if those items do come up, then that will certainly be the answer that you will receive. And to keep this sort of orderly, I will try to be the one to point out who's got their hands up. Right there.
Chief Dollinger,
Yes.
Amanda Rowley with CREM 2 in Spokane. What more can you tell us about the release documents that the police department is working on putting online, and what can we expect from that?
Certainly. As we put out in that press release, I hope everybody can understand the immense amount of information that's in this investigation is going to take a lot of time to prepare. It has to be gone through legally to be redacted or figured out whether or not it can actually be released. So I did get word today. It sounds like our website will be going live hopefully this afternoon. There should be another press release coming out in the next few hours to show that website so that people can start accessing that. Initially, what is going to be on there, and certainly this is just for the Moscow Police Department because we're only the holders of our records, but it will be all of our police reports from this investigation. So just the documents there. They'll be redacted, ready to go, again, free of charge for the public. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can, so we wanted to get those out to everyone.
Chief, from the very beginning, your department was saying this was a targeted attack. Can you now say who was the target and what's your evidence to show that?
I'll turn that question over to the investigators to answer that one.
I'm Kat Graham, and I am here in Budapest, Hungary. Even after working with UNH.
Well, I think Darren and I have, the evidence suggests that there was a reason that this particular house was chosen. What that reason is, we don't know. We don't know who the target was, and we're not going to speculate on that up here today. But we can tell you that for whatever reason, Mr. Koberger chose that residence. Perhaps it's the location, layout, we don't know. But that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what that statement likely led to.
During Haley got their KHQ, there was a social media account that surfaced that has long had speculation that it was Brian Koberger. Can you talk at all about the Papa Roger potential connection, if any?
Right. There was no connection. There wasn't at all. And we looked into every bit of it. We took a deep dive into it. We researched it. We
It
utilized.
wasn't him?
It was not. It was not. Thank you. We can cut that off.
Is it possible that there was a second order weapon? Not just the knife.
Is it possible? All the evidence shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife, and that's a weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
Here.
Sounded like the Gonzalez family said that there was a second weapon that was used on Haley Gonzalez. Can you confirm that?
Out of respect for the families, that's something that you'll have to get from them. If they wish to share that with you, it'd probably be through them, not through us.
And one more question. You said that it seemed like he chose that house. There's no clues as to why he chose that house?
You know, after working in Moscow for several years as Chief Dollinger, that area is frequented by many, many people at all hours of the night when college is in session. So what Darren and I have surmised is that perhaps it's the old hiding in plain sight. There's lots of people around. There's lots of vehicles around at all hours. It's not isolated where you'd be noticed. So that's where that comment comes from.
It does. And though it doesn't make sense, and it's if you're in that neighborhood at all, it's a very complicated neighborhood. It's very closed in. But at the same time, there's everything from college kids to adults that live there, people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs. So any one of us could come and go and fit in there. So.
Right here.
DA Thompson, during the plea hearing and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up photographs or mentioning the victims' names. I'm just wondering about the emotional toll.
Yeah, you're right. My voice was quivering. Y'all were in there. There's a lot of powerful emotion. The losses are almost indescribable. And maybe my filters aren't as good as they might have been 45 years ago when I started in this business. But I think you also saw that even Judge Hippler was affected and impacted by this. There's no easy way to remain stiff-lipped and dry-eyed through this kind of tragedy. There just simply isn't.
I'm sure you're not aware of this yet, but there was a photograph where they zoomed in on a picture that Brian Koberger had on the defense counsel table. It was an image of a black heart. I don't know if you've heard this or if you've seen the image. Hearing this, your thoughts?
First, I've heard of it. There is something I need to say though, real quick. This is a product of, I'm sure I'm getting old in my failed memory, but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important to us because this was a key person that was going to take us through trial, and that's Josh Hurwitz, the former United States Attorney for the District of Idaho who left office and voluntarily joined our office as a special deputy to help us. My apologies for the oversight as I wasn't reading my notes correctly, but thank you for that little interlude. Chief?
I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, since you're still up there, intimately do with law and crime. You said that, it was your decision to accept this plea agreement. It brings finality, people die in prison, but Corporal Payne just said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Was there a reason why, as part of the plea agreement, you didn't require Ann Taylor to have her clients sit down with you all and to answer some of these questions?
I think that Judge Hippler addressed that today very, very well. Of course, Judge Hippler addresses everything very well, we found.
He addresses everything well, or he addresses everything because he's on the same team?
The law does not give the court or us the power to require a specific factual allocution. And just let me finish. And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocution. But I have to be perfectly candid. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be anything other than self-serving. And I don't believe there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would not further victimize the families. And so that just simply wasn't a factor. We made our decision based on our assessment of law and the facts. We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities and for the state. And that's where our obligations go. In the end, and the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk. Well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this, but we don't shirk our responsibilities just because it got big and nasty.
Thank you. Corporal Payne and Lieutenant Robertson, first of all, I want to say to you, Corporal Payne, that the Chapin family told me that you called them every night during that nearly 7-year campaign, even though you didn't have to. And I just think that that goes to show. That being said, I'm curious as to where you think or believe the murder weapon is, where you think or believe clothes Koberger was wearing that night are, and how do you think he avoided forensics?
Well, I can just tell you, and forgive us if we go back and forth, it's just kind of how we roll. There is no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, the FBI, again, to their credit, we had folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found it. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak to
Yeah,
that.
and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying. Everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could, but the reality is we're looking for a singular small it's not that small, but a K-bar knife, and that's it. So it's endless of where it could have been, and we just were not able to find it.
What
So
about the clothes and visibility though to avoid forensics at the scene, in a murder scene where we now know Gabriel Gonzalez was stabbed 34 times and another victim was stabbed more than.
right. So the reality is that somebody can carry this out and still not get covered in blood. That's the reality of it. And this does happen. And there's plenty of studies of that. And we've had some of the world's experts that we've asked those same questions because we've struggled with that. Why do we not find more here and there? And the reality was, if somebody has the training, if somebody has thought about it, if somebody wears the right type of clothing, that could be the outcome. And that's what we were left with. Here.
Chief Casares of CNN, to Mr. Thompson, did you do psychological testing on Brian Kohberger? Did that weigh into your decision to have a plea deal? And stabbings, multiple stabbings are very personal. How did you assess that mode of murder?
I can tell you that psychological testing was done with Mr. Kohberger. The results of that do not rise to a defense to his conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense or on behalf of the defense, is also sealed by court order. So I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done. I can also tell you that no, psychological testing or any potential psychological condition of Mr. Kohberger, that did not play a role in our decision.
Bill, does it have any bearing on where he will be placed or housed?
Where Mr. Kohberger, where the defendant is going to be housed, is going to be up to the Idaho Department of Correction. And that could very well change over time. And the reality is we will know about it after it happens.
Over here.
Did you monitor Mr. Kohberger's communications while he was incarcerated? And did he say anything that was helpful or gave you any insight as to why he did this?
Yeah, we did monitor it, both while he was housed in Latah County and then once he was moved down to Ada County. We have hundreds, thousands of hours of monitoring that was done, but there was nothing of evidentiary value that was gained from any of it.
Will you be releasing those conversations?
It's my understanding that the jail will not be releasing things that involve personal conversations with third parties. That ultimately would be a decision because the recordings are in possession of the two correctional facilities or detention facilities. But I'm pretty certain the Latah County Sheriff's Office policy does not allow for that. And I would guess Ada County is similar. You can ask them.
Back here.
Thank you. Greg Fisher with CBS News 48 Hours. Was there any evidence that Kohberger was following the social media of any of the victims?
So trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We've looked for a link and we have not found one, not one.
Yeah, through the entire investigation, I think that's something that we need, that you want, is to help to understand this and say, well, what's the connection? What was the link? And so we had every resource possible and we worked that tirelessly, both from everything from his side, but all the victims and all the members of the house from their side. So we have never to this date found a single connection between him and any of the 4 victims or the 2 surviving roommates.
Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. My question is for the investigators. You guys are going through this case. You got a lot of evidence about his background, his education, his training. You know, you said earlier you couldn't identify a reason the house was targeted. Do you have a motive?
Who the fuck is that?
What's up, fucker?
Yo.
This is like romper room up in here tonight.
I know. It's fun.
What are you doing? Trying to do a marathon protest of what these fucking idiots are doing?
No, we're just fucking around, you know.
Are you drunk?
A little bit. I think I'm
Yeah, you were
starting to
supposed to be
sober up though. I
drunk.
gotta drink more.
What are you drinking?
Some blueberry margarita wine shit.
Oh, from Leslie and Billy?
No.
Is that real? I thought she made that
She's
up.
never given me anything.
Damn it.
She's never given me anything. I wish so, because I like blackberry stuff, right? But they don't have a blackberry shit. They got blueberry. It's not bad though.
Oh, you like blackberry over blueberry? Yeah, I could see that.
It'd be better if it was cold.
I quit smoking. That's why I'm choking. I was smoking a vape.
You quit smoking when?
Well, I'm smoking a vape instead. Day before
Smoking
yesterday.
what? Are you smoking the weed?
No, just like tobacco vape. And I'm smoking
You
the weed.
smoke cigarettes?
Cigars.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, you see me smoking a million times. What are you talking about?
I thought you just smoked the weed.
I do. Now. Yeah, it was bad. That shit's been. Yeah, me and JJ are gonna be live on Monday.
Really?
I told him tomorrow, but I'm gonna do Monday.
How come JJ didn't come on panel and he disappeared at some time like a little bitch?
Was he in here before?
Yeah.
He doesn't like to do panels. He's not a panel guy. Oh yeah, that's all he does. I don't know then. Why don't you have Blackhawk Magnum up here? Who's so
I told
tough
that little
with their
bitch. I told that little bitch to come up here.
$142 a year job. What does that have to do with anything? I think that Enan's probably chopping up some catfish right now for you there, Blackhawk.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's really funny how Blackhawk follows me around trying to get my attention, but I'm like the pathetic one, you know? Like, I don't go around to anyone's channel or chats bringing up shit to people. Like, that would be literally like me following Daniel around, caring about what Daniel thinks, even though I don't care what Daniel thinks, you know? I don't know.
Well, I think they're trying to bait you so they can claim that they got bullied.
Yeah, I mean, that's something's going on there, but that bitch is just psycho, so I don't really care. I just think it's really hilarious.
Yeah.
Like a couple weeks ago, she's like, well, I brought up Enon, and Enon did this. Like, she was trying to get my fucking... I'm drunk right now, so I'm not thinking of the word, but it's like approval. Like, I don't care about you. You care about me all the time. I don't give a fuck about you.
Like,
I don't
everywhere
think about
you go
daily.
now, it's like your shadow, bro.
Like, when I'm taking a shit, I don't think about Blackhawk. I don't think about Blackhawk ever, unless she's in the channel talking shit to me.
Unless you see
So-
like a big blackberry shit in the toilet, you're like, oh, Blackhawk. I get it.
Yeah. But she's crazy, so it's like, whatever, dude. Like, I don't
Did you already tell your stories about the courthouse the other day?
some, I guess, maybe.
I want to hear some more.
What stories?
You said you walked by Chief Fry. I'd like to hear about that.
I did. I really wanted to go talk some shit to him and punch him in his face, but I didn't.
Did you ask him how it's going over there in Washington?
No.
His new job, and did you see Payne?
Yeah, of course I saw Payne.
Did you ask him why he got transferred over to the University of Idaho
he didn't
instead?
get transferred, dude. He got promoted.
Uh-huh.
Payne is nothing but a useful idiot, right? He was useful when they needed the case agent, whatever the fuck he said he was. He got promoted a couple times during that, and then he got promoted to, U of I. And why would he do that?
Well, that's the thing is, U of I's police force is still under Moscow. It's not. They don't have their own police force.
Dude, the funniest thing about Blackhawk is like read their @ because it's like we hunt something, you fear Pav. Like who the fuck would fear Pav anyways? Like everything about Blackhawk and whatever their existence is, I don't know if it's a dude or a chick. Like I literally don't give a fuck to even try to find out who this person is, right? People told me it was who was that dude that everyone thought they were originally?
What? Oh, Doc Thrifty.
Yeah, they're like, that's Doc Thrifty. No, it's Gigi. Like, I don't give a fuck. They're pathetic. They literally thought Enon did it. Their whole thing for fucking 2 years was Enon did it. Enon did it. And they were literally bet me and called me a pussy that I wouldn't go to Boise because Enon and Brian did it together, and Brian,
Ian and Brian did it together,
Brian,
like Thelma
it was
and
literally in
Louise.
your chat, and they were telling me the other day that I lost this bet when in the fucking chat it's recorded words written by Blackhawk, whoever the fuck that dumb bitch is, that Brian drove by the house to go to Enon's house, and if it wasn't that, then they would have to owe me $100. And then we replayed what Ann said, and it was fucking wrong. Blackhawk, Doc Thrifty, Gigi, whoever the fuck you are, you're a fucking idiot. And you're literally a pathetic person. You're pathetic. I do not give a fuck about you.
Blackhawk is not Doc Thrifty. It used to be Doc Thrifty for a minute. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Or they're sharing or something. Even if it is Doc Thrifty, like,
I think
you're
Doc
literally
Thrifty
pathetic.
just sold his channel because, like he said, he just sits back and collects checks.
For real.
You just make a little channel, sell it to some idiot, and then there you go. I don't know. Look, YouTube's finally backed off on all this shit now.
We'll see.
Ironically, yeah. No, they don't care anymore. They think, oh, it's all over and done. All these people that want to support unalivers or whatever are gonna shut the fuck up. They think we're gonna shut the fuck up now. They literally put this out. I mean, can you believe that after
People are still talking about how 9/11 was fake fucking 24 years later, bro. Like, we're not dropping this shit. Get the fuck out of here.
dude, we can. This is some. I mean, this fucking guy that's on the screen right now, and then that
Which
other
one?
dude who sounded like the one with the red tie. Play his shit again. Go back a little bit if we would.
Red tie.
The guy. It was just like. Was it Labrador? Is this which one's Labrador? Yeah, the blue jacket
This
and the red
dude?
tie. That dude. Yeah.
How to
This
choose
guy
mobile
was like
energy
such a little
storage power.
gloss over
2000
fluff
watts
cake.
can be used for most
Dude,
scenarios.
I was literally
That's the Attorney
sitting in the
General.
back on
If
the
you get to
floor
know
laughing
Jeff,
during
he had a
this.
long list.
And they would
It
say
was-
shit like, well, we don't have any connection to him, but we sure wanted to. I was literally pointing at them and fucking laughing in the back. Like, I was dying this whole time.
That is awesome. I mean, dude, what they got up there and said is just such bullshit, dude. And then that trooper doesn't even look up from his hat. Play his shit, though. Play this douchebag. Who is this? Is this Labrador?
I don't know who any of these fucks were.
Also, it's important to note that from the moment this case began, Governor Little was fully supportive of the investigative process. He provided funding and support to make sure the job was done right. And finally, as
Who
was
the
already mentioned,
fuck?
the
You
Idaho
think
Attorney
you're in
General's office
Mississippi,
provided
motherfucker? What
significant
the
input
fuck is wrong
and
with
help
this
during the
dude?
preliminary motions.
I mean, it is
We
Idaho.
relied heavily upon their expertise as we
You know what
moved
I
throughout the
didn't
whole
realize about Idaho
process. As
until
law
the
enforcement
other day I
officers,
was
we
looking at
often
a map?
say that this is more than a job.
Is that
it's a
I didn't
calling.
realize that the top of
This case
Idaho
reminds
touched
us
Canada.
why we answer that call,
Yeah, it's
why
on
we stand for victims, why we fight.
I
In this
didn't
case,
know
why we
that,
fight
dude.
pure evil.
And that opened up a
And
whole
why we
new
keep going.
thing of shit to me right
Even
there.
when
I
the
was
road
like,
is long,
wow,
the
that
answers are
really
hard to
is a
find. In this horrific
fucking
case, I am
trafficking
proud of the work
thoroughfare,
that was
isn't
done.
it?
And the
Because
people
you
who carried it
have
out.
you have
They exemplified
Spokane,
The
and then
craziest
you
thing
have
is, the craziest thing is like those highways to get up here, like, because people are talking about like the tunnel from like Arizona to Idaho, like these back highways, there's like nobody on them. Because I literally drove them when I moved here from Arizona. There's like nobody on these roads. They're like 2-lane roads the entire way, not densely populated. There's not a lot of towns. A lot of the towns to get gas are like small towns. So if you wanted to traffic drugs from Arizona to Idaho, like the borders, you know, like those would be the ones to do it because there's not a lot of people on them.
it's just easy peasy Japanesey, huh?
Yeah.
Also, that river, the whatever Snake River, that comes from Washington. Because another thing I didn't
why are you
realize
talking
about,
shit about the Snake River, bro?
because me and JJ talked shit about the Snake River in the bathtub.
If you were here right now, I would throw you in the Snake River.
No, you wouldn't.
It's
Didn't look
fucking 10 feet behind me, dude. I'll throw your bitch ass in there right now.
I
Come
will
here.
drop you like a bad habit, son.
Come here.
I
Fly
am
here right
coming up
now.
there. I will
Just
go there.
parachute down on the fucking Snake River, dude. I'll throw your bitch ass in there.
I'll ninja fucking up the Snake River, bitch. Let me know what another thing I didn't realize about the Pacific Northwest West Coast that we've been talking about is that nobody lives on the coast. It's too sheer. It's too rugged, right? And so you have Washington,
it's sparsely populated.
Oregon. Yeah, it's sparsely. So you
There are
have
parts of it that are highly like populated, and like Seattle's technically on it.
technically, but it's set back, even Seattle. And so, what you don't hear like you hear here in Florida a lot about is bust by the Coast Guard over there because people are successfully bringing shit in there, bro. People,
Probably.
dude, I'm
Dude,
telling you.
there's this story, right? Like I watched this video like a year ago about these people in like northern Idaho who were they were driving to Canada, right? And then on the way back they would have their friends jump out of the car like a few miles away from the border. They would hike around the forest with a bunch of weed, right? And then the person in the car would drive through the border and then stop on the other side of the border, and everyone would hike their weed back to their car to traffic it into northern Idaho. And they were making like millions of dollars a month, and then like people started dying and then they got caught. But the
Yeah.
point is it's easy to get through the northern border, you know?
Well, it's not easy because they have that clearing between the trees, and they have a satellite that detects now if you are walking in that no man's land or border
Well, it
zone.
clearly wasn't working for those kids because they were
Yeah,
bringing
that must have been a while ago because now
no, it's
they
fairly
got it
recent.
unlocked.
Fairly
No
recent.
shit. I don't know. But what I've kind of come to the conclusion of is Idaho is kind of like the Aruba of the United States. Like Aruba sits right between Venezuela, Colombia, Brazil, all those places. And from there you got boats going to Africa, United States, Cuba, Mexico, all that shit. It's a hub. And that's exactly what Idaho is, it's a hub.
Yeah. No, it's crazy because there's a lot of evidence from that house on the first floor, which they claim Brian didn't go to, even though he's the sole perpetrator of the crime. And why does the fucking utility room have a fucking keypad on it? Like, A, no one ever locks their utility room, right? So it's weird that it would even be locked. And then B, why does it have a keypad? But Brian is the sole committer of the crime, even though he never went on the first floor. And there were no drugs in the house, but yet Zan and Ethan are, snorting shit on the desk. Just saying.
Yeah, there was a lot of time for a cleanup. But the real crazy shit is we're out here screaming the name Hoodie Guy Showalter. They've already cleared him, and then they search his apartment and find 94 bloodstains. I mean, dude, what the fuck is going on up
And
there?
there's blood at those apartments, right? This is what I don't understand about Steve is Steve knows that they lied to him about Brian being the sole committer of the crime, right? So he knows that there was more than one perpetrator. He knows he was lied to, but yet he just believes him that it was Brian, or that even Brian was involved.
Well, nothing would really surprise me at this point because you have a united front here with the prosecution, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, county law enforcement, and the FBI that are all full of shit. Every single fucking one of them backs the other one up on their bullshit, on nothing. They have a case of nothing that they're stroking each other's cocks over, and they're like, "Oh, we did such a great job. Justice has been served today," and and it's just like they're just perfectly fine with putting somebody in prison for life that they have no proof that he even had a connection to the victims at all, let alone a motive and or a weapon or anything. He said the word kabar on a date. All this shit is just fucking made up shit. All this shit, and they did you hear that they proved that the fucking what was it, the Reddit post was made up?
Which
and it
one?
was from somebody in Florida. It was made up like
Which
a
one, though?
couple
There's
days
many
after
of
he
them.
got arrested. Huh?
Which one? There's many
The
of them.
Reddit post where he asked all the questions about how you feel when you kill somebody or when you rob somebody or whatever.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that today. I was tripping.
That's interesting.
And there was another one just like that.
Like,
That's
it doesn't even matter if Brian did ask that. He's a fucking criminology student studying this shit.
right. No, it doesn't. It just shows you that, like with Brad Norton or whatever, it's saying that she went to school with him, and they've made up this whole narrative that he was getting fired for not liking women and being mean to women, and it's all bullshit. Brad Norton never even fucking went to school with him.
Well,
There's no
who ever
record of it.
believed that?
She never even went to WSU, dude. And fucking, they're willing to go to such lengths to make him the boogeyman. And you see him, and he's sitting in court, and he's just like, I mean, it's just like, I don't know, he's just like sitting there, and they're trying. And you know what I noticed about the victim impact statements is when you have like really people angry at somebody for murdering their family, you get the, like I was saying the other day, the "I hate you, Jeffrey Dahmer, I want to kill you," they're fucking tearing apart. Even Steve G was demure because there was no point. He wasn't reacting. He didn't.
Well, the funny thing about Steve G, from what I've been told, is that he had Ann Burgess or some shit write that speech or help him write that speech, and she's like an FBI profiler, right? But like, what happens when that profile is wrong? Because that whole speech is just like, he's trying to be like, I know who you are, and like, you're not gonna fucking win, but like, that profile is wrong, so everything you're saying is wrong. Like, it's just funny.
No, he was trying to get into his psyche.
Exactly. And that's exactly what fucking Olivia was doing. Like, it's just funny, dude. Like, I was sitting there fucking holding in laughs. I'm sure Brian at least knows it wasn't about him.
I finally, I watched part of Dylan's, and then I watched. Did they get a look-alike clone for Bethany, or what the fuck was going on?
No,
there?
that's Emily.
It was Emily. Okay, that's what I
Arndt
thought. Okay.
or whatever.
I could only listen to a few minutes of that bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it is. It's just emotional fucking manipulation. That's all it is.
Well, she was definitely she won the award for Golden Hanger of the Day. She was definitely the most crushed, but it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah.
Miss Potts might care what she fucking thinks, but I still think it's fucked up that they didn't call the cops with their fucking roommates. So that it's
Well,
there's
that's the thing.
something-
Like, if that text between Brat and Steve is true, where Dylan and Bethany, one of them texted the other something about them killing them or whatever, like, if that shit is true, like, for one, like, why were you scared? If there was nothing going on in the house, you shouldn't have been scared. Like, why didn't you call 911? Like, everything about it is bullshit. And here's the other thing. There's about a 0% chance that Dylan, Bethany, and really all of the people giving speeches weren't coached somehow. You know, like all of those
Right.
speeches are coached.
Yeah, it's all part of the magic
So-
show. It's like you have Patterson writing a book.
Yeah.
You know,
If Steve G is getting help from a fucking FBI profiler to write his speech, like, let's be real.
it doesn't make it. You know, also the Chapins weren't there, if I'm correct.
Yeah. I've been thinking about that kind of interestingly because, 2 days after the murders, Mrs. Chapin is saying there's no drugs involved. And then,
Right.
one of the first docs that comes out is there's a blue powdery substance on the desk. And then in the documentary that just came out, they're talking about Ethan's stuff. Well, what the fuck do you think that is?
What do you think was clogging up the toilet over there at Showalter's? I think it's probably a bloody rag or some drugs. But they were definitely partying that night.
Something.
And you know what I just realized? I think that Showalter was holding whatever the drug they were doing, and that's why Maddie's like, "Fuck you, mister," because she got drugs from somebody else, bro. Honestly, and he's like, "Well, fuck it. They don't want to fucking hang around anymore." They did mention in the Corner Club thing. I really hope I don't know, is that Corner Club video ever going to become available? They really
Which
downplay
Corner
that.
Club video?
Of Maddie and Kaylee and they do
I've
mention a
seen-
lot of trips to the bathroom.
I've seen
Which
videos.
I was like, shit.
I've seen videos from the Corner Club where you can see like Maddie and Kaylee in there. It was a long time ago, so I don't remember them.
Right.
a lot.
Yeah, I'd
but-
like to see that. Just because the whole lead up week to that night would tell the story. And that's why you have Sigma Chi deleting fucking shit going back 2 years on their social media. I mean, it couldn't be more clear that what they did was they called that fraternity or sorority number to figure out what the fuck to do. And they, and so, dude, I mean,
Well, like the interesting thing is, like, if that house is a drug house and somebody was dealing out of that house or using it as storage, right? Like the roommates would know, and whoever like would come to that, like the front door and the storage room have keypads on them for a fucking reason. It's not to like not allow them in. You know what I mean? Like it's to, hey, you're not here. We want to be able to see the fucking drugs or whatever.
well, that would, if they had that, there might also be like a video surveillance system on coming and going from that room.
There might be,
which is what Jen's been saying all along.
Yeah, I mean there are some theories about there having like hidden surveillance in the house.
Well, I mean, if there's a keypad and if there's drugs in that basement, who do you think they are? It's fucking the frat. The frat comes and goes, and then you got fucking Hunter John. What the fuck are you doing, dude?
It's the wind.
What? Are you driving?
No, I'm just sitting here, but it's wind.
Are you back in Pullman yet?
No, dude, I'm literally sitting by the fucking river. I already told you that.
You didn't tell me shit. You're drunk.
Yes, I did. I literally told you 10 minutes ago. Chat will back me up with this. I said if you were here right now, I would throw you in the fucking Snake River, which is 10 feet behind me. What the fuck do you think that means? It means
You
I'm by
act
the
like
fucking
I
river.
fucking listen to every detail of everything you say.
If you don't listen to every fucking detail that I say, I'm throwing you in that fucking bitch.
Why are
All right,
you
I'm gonna
on the
mute
Snake
myself. Keep
River?
talking. Because I fucking can. This is fucking America, you little bitch.
America. Yeah. I forgot what I was saying, bro.
Just tell the chat that you're a little bitch. Say, I'm a little bitch, chat.
I'm a little teapot, short and stout. How's that?
That's pretty good.
Thanks. The people want to know if Outcast is here.
Outcast was here, and then he went live on his own channel like a little asshole. And then I told everyone in his chat to hit the like button. But I don't know if he's still live or not.
Okay, that was mighty big of you. What else have you gotten out of this?
What are you gonna bite if I don't say goodnight, Matrix?
Matrix. Are you gonna come on my show Monday?
No. Fuck you. Asshole.
Fuck you too. You better.
Bite what? Tell me what you're gonna bite if I don't say goodnight.
Who are you talking to?
Matrix.
Before I bite. Matrix isn't tough like that. Nibble your nipples. Oh, I'm gonna step down. Alright, I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.
Where you going?
Thanks, Swizz.
You're leaving?
No. It's just getting weird.
Should we watch the show while it's windy here?
Yeah, play it.
Very best of our profession and helped to bring closure to 4 families. I'll now turn the podium over to Salt Lake City FBI Field Office Supervisory Senior Resident Agent, Brett Grover.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Grover. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent in our Coeur d'Alene office of the FBI, which is part of our FBI Salt Lake City division. On behalf of the FBI, we offer our deepest condolences to the families of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xander Canoodle, and Ethan Chapin. The culmination of this case was a long time coming, and we hope the victims' families and friends have some sense of peace in knowing that Brian Kohberger is being held responsible and accountable for his heinous actions. The FBI is proud to have supported the Moscow Police Department in the state of Idaho with the investigation and prosecution of this case. Countless hours have gone into this investigation. The FBI dedicated significant resources to include digital and forensic analysis, intelligence support from our folks at FBI headquarters and field offices around the country, and victim services, which continue to this day. Today's sentencing also demonstrates how the responsible use of investigative genetic genealogy, or IgG, can transform a crime scene into accountability and closure.
Seriously, they try to
IgG
turn that
process-
around to make it look like it was so important now, and they weren't even going to use it, and they want it to become a foundation, like a touchstone for now, like a fingerprints with the IgG that they did fucking illegally, dude. Amazing that they would bring that up. They have no problem just kicking us right in the fucking teeth, bro. And nobody sees it. Everybody else is like, oh, yeah, IgG must have been great. It got this guy. You know, it's like, what the fuck, bro?
Well, here's the thing. Like, that IgG could be planted, right? Like, here's what people, like the guilters or whatever, like his DNA.
Well, it's on a movable
100%.
device.
Exactly.
Yeah.
His DNA could 100% have been in that house and him never be in that house.
And also, that knife sheath could have been in his possession, and he was never in that house.
Exactly.
Or it brushed up against him. And so for them to use that is just like a double. It's like kicking with both feet up in the air. That's when you need to stick something right up their fucking ass. And that's what we fucking need to do.
The other thing is, like, in order to frame somebody, you don't need law enforcement's involvement. It could have been, you know, the alternative perps that framed Brian, you know.
Well, I think there was something. I'm gonna have to go look back. Miss Potts was talking about it, or somebody, about how they even admitted that the car that they said was racing away was actually just the Banfield cops.
Yeah, probably.
It's like, dude, all this stuff that they invented to make him look like the boogeyman.
Well, like all this bullshit about Molly McMichaels, right? When when everyone was freaking out, be like, "Oh, we got body cam of Molly saying she saw Brian that night." And I was like, "No, she didn't. This is fucking stupid." And I literally didn't even care. I didn't pay that much attention to it. I wasn't freaking the fuck out. Why? Because I'm not a fucking idiot. I know that if I'm driving somewhere at 4 a.m. and a car drives by, I'm not gonna notice shit the fuck about it until the next day when there was a murder right there. Like, what did you see? Like, I just saw a fucking car. You're not going to see anything identifying about it. Nothing about that car would stick out to you that would even be memorable. You might remember seeing a car. You might remember the color of it, but you're not going to remember anything particular about it. And you sure the fuck ain't going to see whoever's driving it at night. Like,
Well, the first thing I want to say about that is you're right. Nothing. You 9 times out of 10, you're not going to notice shit. Now, however, I was doing DoorDash the other day,
way
right?
more than 9 times out of 10. It's like 99 out of 100 times.
You're right. You're even right there. What were you saying at the first part of that, though? With Molly McMichael.
I've been drinking and sleep deprived-ish, so like, don't ask me what I did 10 seconds ago because I don't remember.
I have been sleeping like it's my job. I've also been working like crazy though too. Trying to get up.
If Bethany reported a big nose, she should go look at Xana's uncle or whoever the fuck that dude was, because his nose was fucking huge.
You want to know something funny?
Out
Though?
of the courtroom.
I've always thought Brian's sister was pretty, but somebody was like, People Magazine had a picture of them side by side, and they're like, Brian's look-alike twin sister, more or less. And I look, and she's got the exact same nose, exact same everything, just longer hair. I'm like, am I attracted to Brian? What's going on here?
Because there's a picture of her like leaving the courthouse with the mom, I guess, and then Anne and shit. And like, I saw the first thing I saw in that picture was her eyes, and then I remember Brian's eyes when he looked at me in the courtroom, and I was like, holy fuck, those are the same fucking eyes.
Same eyes, dude. Exact same eyes. It's like Brian with long hair.
Could you imagine? No, shut the fuck up and listen to my question.
Damn it.
Could you imagine being on top, missionary style, and having those eyes look back at you?
I've thought about it. That's why I brought it up, bro.
Because I get it. Like, bend over, bitch. Just kidding.
What was I going to say about the fuck? Oh, the first thing I want to say, shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm talking.
Whose fucking panel are you on, bitch?
Whose show do you think this is a purge takeover? All channels are the purge.
Wait, is this the purge? Is this the purge?
Are we purging?
Are we purging? That's what I'm asking you. Are we purging? Is this the purge?
It's fucking 4 o'clock in the morning, bro. You better believe we're purging.
Shut the fuck up. Is this the purge or not?
Yes.
All right, then you're the fucking leader here, I guess.
See what he did there? No, the first thing I want to say before I forget, I almost spilled my bomb, is that they never even once on anything got the times right. Like with when the girls got dropped off.
Nothing about their story is correct.
Not
this
one
is what blows my mind. Steve knows that he's being lied to, but believes them when they say Brian did it. You know you're being lied to.
He's going along.
No. Listen, he believes that Brian did it, right? He just thinks there's more people than Brian, but he still thinks Brian did it.
Which is, that's like, I call a lot of creators have gone soft lately with this whole, well, I guess, all of a sudden I'm just going to believe this fucked up state and fucked up federal government story. Maybe he was part of it. Maybe he was doing a drug deal and, they got him. And it's like, dude, fuck you, man. The guy. That's what I was saying about the victim assessment speeches or whatever. Is that they were all like delivered. Even Olivia's where like, oh, she would have kicked your fucking ass. That was her whole thing was just acting.
Her whole
Apparently,
speech was the self snitch. Her whole speech was a self snitch. It was
Oh, but
I was literally holding back fucking laughter in the courtroom until
that's
at
a
the end
good
when she
point.
said something about Brian taking D's, and I laughed.
Yeah, you could really see her when she did an interview after, like her fake ass hair and her
Hey,
fake ass
listen,
fucking.
I want you to fucking take 3 seconds to realize you're talking about my wife.
Oh yeah. No, that's why I brought it up because I want you to see this video. Her hair is just they have to tighten it like the second before she goes out of the house for it to look like that. Believe me, it's all just
Listen, no,
extensions and wig, dude.
listen. I want you to understand that when I left to go to the restroom at the break, she was about 10 feet in front of me facing away. I've seen her with my own 2 eyes. And that's about all I remember. Go on with your story.
Did she smell like irises and roses?
I didn't
No.
smell her,
So
unfortunately.
to drive home that point about the DoorDash driver Molly McHippler, she is has this tremendous memory, right? And so if every restaurant I go to and every house I deliver at, which is, dozens a day, and you have
Kane, we need you to get like a dash cam, but on your forehead when you're door dashing, just in case something happens. You need to record everything that you do, just in case.
I need to live stream. I want to start doing not KMB live stream. And that's why I'm getting that camera. That's why I've been working extra. So that I can start doing that. Anyway, because a lot of people do that. And it's pretty, I actually watch it. Anyway, so the only things, and I don't even remember the faces. I don't remember shit about anything. But when somebody actually comes out, like to greet you, to grab the food, then you'll remember a little bit. Or here's what happened. I'm picking up Chinese food last night, and I go in, I grab the bag, and I'm just walking out, and I walk behind this truck that was there when I backed in to the parking spot. And right when I walk behind the truck, the kid thinks he's funny and puts it in reverse. And so as I'm walking behind the truck, he revs his fucking engine. And his girlfriend looks, there was like a little bit of a race truck, and his girlfriend looks over at me. I guess they were just trying to bait me or troll me or something. Did you lose me? Did I get dropped?
No, I just made you big.
Oh, I'm big. I didn't see, I was so big I couldn't see me. That's what she said. And so I looked at him and I'm like, man, I need to start carrying a gun. But those faces I remembered. And out of 200 people in the last couple weeks, that's the only faces that I remember because I'm like, man, I'm about to pull this kid out of his truck and drop him on his head. But you never know. Somebody has a gun. Anyway, it's not even worth it anymore to try to do something like that, And that's the only ones that I remember in all this time. Is my point. And so for her to pull up to some random house where allegedly 2 weeks later she finds out something happened, you can't tell me that you remember shit.
Exactly. This would literally be like somebody, like tomorrow, let's just say somebody down the road from me gets murdered, right? Because there are people camping along this road. Like, let's just say somebody gets murdered, right? And they ask me about these cars that have driven by, and I'd be like, I saw headlights. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, right.
I've seen a lot of, I can't say a lot. I've seen a few headlights tonight, but that's it. Like, I couldn't tell you the type of cars they were. I know one was a truck, but that was kind of light, and I was soberish at that point in time. But, like, I couldn't tell you shit about what happened.
Well, what about remember when you went to the gate and then you stopped and somebody was following you? Can you identify that truck? You couldn't even describe the fucking truck, let alone the people.
I mean, it was I could describe the truck, but that's it. That's what I'm saying. Like, when everyone was freaking out about Molly, I'm like, dude, she saw a car. She ain't identifying anybody. Think about, like, when you're driving at night and a car drives by you, can you see the person inside of it driving? Fuck no, you can't.
No, especially here in Florida,
why I
everybody's
don't
got
understand
tinted
how
windows and
This is
all
why I
that
never
shit.
understand why people were freaking out about it. I was like, this is fucking stupid.
Jesse's penis must have fallen off. He says he has sad news. What's up, Jesse?
Are you talking about Hulk?
The Hulk stuff. No, that's old news. There's all they had a press conference here in Clearwater.
Well, we also remember that Jesse is like in the future. What
He
you
is
talking
12
about?
hours ahead.
Andrea
Andrea
Burkhart.
Burkhart. Who gives a shit about Andrea Burkhart? Fuck that fucking MSN bitch.
I was listening to her for a while, you know, we'll see. Like she was saying that from what she could see that the defense lost stuff and they just thought that it was, you know, that Brian that did it. But I'm like, but here's like the thing, like apparently Brian and his team are saying that he was framed, right? So like in order, if you were going to frame somebody, like here's what they have against Brian, right? A white car driving on camera around the house and then supposedly his DNA on a sheath in the house. They don't have anything solidly putting Brian in the house. So if you were going to frame someone, especially in like a situation like this, right? Like how hard would it be to find out what kind of car Brian drove? It's registered to the university. Pullman's not a huge town. Like you could just find out where he lives. Like let's just say you meet him at his apartment or hiking or something. Like it wouldn't be hard to find out what kind of car he drove. It's a small town. Like it would be incredibly easy to frame him if you wanted to. They're saying that he is framed. They have no solid evidence that Brian was in the house. So if you were going to frame him, you would figure out what kind of car he had, drive it around the house that you're trying to frame him for murders in, and then you know, put a sheath with his DNA, which wouldn't be hard to gather either in, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, what you can see now clearly is that the feds and local law enforcement walk arm in arm every day. It's as easy as passing notes in English class. You know, there's no barriers. That's a part of everyday life. Here now, they're literally stroking each other's cocks on live TV with the facts that they didn't have, with what showed that they would not have been able to convict this guy, you know, and it's like, oh, look at how great we didn't have any connection, we didn't have a motive, we didn't have a weapon, and we didn't have any evidence other than this one movable piece of DNA. So he finally caved, and now we're fucking wankers, and they literally go and that's why I keep saying that they were so used to getting away with this fucking bullshit that's when the steam came out of Bill Thompson's ears. He couldn't believe that somebody was arguing with him and dissenting against him. And that's when he blew up and said, you knew that was a lie. And they turned themselves in. And then they use that and turn it back, you know, and they make it look like that was part of their plan. Hold on, I gotta go to drink. I'll be right back.
I mean, all they do is twist everything to fit their narrative. His car is cleaned. He's guilty. He just cleaned his car. He wasn't on the tower dumps. He turned his phone off. Everything they do, they just twist to fit their narrative. That's all it is. Maybe they gave Payne one of Green's other houses or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry. Steve G is never gonna wake up, Jesse.
No, he will.
No, he
Steve
won't.
G.
Why do you
Steve
guys
G is
think
our
that?
greatest
He
ally.
already knows all this shit that we know.
No, Steve G
He
is our
says
greatest
the same
ally.
shit that we say. He is going along to get along.
No, he isn't.
He is
Otherwise,
100%.
no, he
bro.
wouldn't. No, then he wouldn't be saying that there were more than one person. He doesn't even believe the story. He just thinks that Brian was involved. That's all it is. He doesn't believe the story. He knows it's
I don't
bullshit.
believe that he's stupid for a minute. Not for a minute. And that would make him stupid.
What the? Did you just rack a gun? Dude, you better be careful. Pavarotti's gonna say you racked a gun.
I'm
If
eating
I
some
die
pink
tonight,
muffins.
dude, like you're totally suspect number one after that.
I'm eating pink muffins. Does
Yeah, but
anybody listen to Pavarotti?
What was that noise? He actually put
I
out a
opened
pretty
a
good
soda.
video last night or yesterday or something.
Did he solve the case twice in a day?
Well, I mean, he was talking about the gun rack and Showalter's apartment, so like it was actually a pretty good video. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you a Pavarotti fan now?
I mean, no, but it was a pretty good video. That's all I'm gonna say.
I saw the post of it. Maybe I'll write a song about it.
You should watch it.
No, I probably won't watch it.
No, like you should watch it. I'm
not gonna
ordering
watch it.
you.
I'm not gonna fucking watch it.
I will put it on the fucking
Can I just eat
show
my
right
pink
now.
muffins and be? I'm trying to eat the rest.
No,
I
you
ate the
can't.
tops off most of them already. They're mini muffins.
That's weird. So you
Well,
just
dude-
eat the tops off of all the muffins and then go back to eat the rest of them? Like
Yeah,
that's
because they're
fucking
little
selfish.
mini muffins, though. They're really
But then you just
sweet
eat
and
the
they're
top
really.
and then eat the rest of them one by one. You don't just eat all the tops. It's fucking
No, you
weird.
got to eat the tops first, and then the that's the thing is the bottoms are still good on these ones. You wish
If you haven't watched Pavarotti's video from yesterday or something, then watch it.
I'm gonna rage quit over Pavarotti.
It was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Thumbs down. I'm gonna be Siskel and you're gonna be Ebert. Why is Jesse looking at me now on the TV?
I'm gonna go full Bloodhound Gang and give you 2 thumbs up.
Wow, you just trumped me. I don't know what to do. Outcast is in here now, talking shit.
Outcast.
Biatch. You better apologize to Jen. You never apologized to Jen.
Jen who?
Turns
Who's
out you were wrong, Outcast. I'm not
Who's
mad at you.
apologizing to Jen?
Outcast? Did he call
what
her
did-
shit? Talk shit about her?
What did Jen do?
Nothing. He said that she tried to accuse her of stealing his shit when she didn't. She used a perfectly legit AI software on her own to clean up the 911 call, and then he talked shit about her, and he fucking wouldn't come up and talk about it like a biatch.
Who cares? That's just
I
some
don't give a
stupid
fuck.
YouTube drama.
Jen's over it too. I'm the only one who still brings it up. I just want to eat pink mini muffins,
I think you want to do more than that.
like mushrooms.
I think you want to wear like a pink tutu, drink pink, or eat pink muffins, and then jerk off dudes or something.
Like how many dudes?
14.
What are they wearing?
Nothing.
Is it like a glory hole situation?
I mean, maybe some of them, but then I feel like you invite them inside your room, you know? Like you invite them to the other
Those
side
are only
of
the
the
good
room.
ones. No, I refuse to do any of those things.
What a fucking liar.
You just chased out half the chat.
All right, let's play the video. Fuck.
Play the video, damn it.
Involves the use of DNA analysis combined with traditional genealogy research to generate investigative leads for unsolved violent crimes. In late 2022, IGG provided a crucial investigative direction for investigators working this case. But I want to be clear, IGG was just one tool that led us here today. It's a powerful complement to the core investigative work done by both the FBI and our partner agencies. The bottom line is that successful cases like this are about strong partnerships and a shared goal. The goal of keeping our communities safe and providing a measure of justice for the families of our victims. Thank you. I'll now turn the time over to the Attorney General for the state of Idaho.
Good afternoon. I'm Raul Labrador. I'm the Attorney General of the state of Idaho. Today's a heavy day for the families who lost their children, for the community of Moscow, and for the entire state of Idaho. With the sentencing today, a painful chapter closes in one of the darkest and most heartbreaking moments in our state's history. We're here because 4 young lives were stolen from us far too soon. They were full of promise. They had dreams and aspirations, people who loved them, and communities that believed in them. Their loss is immeasurable. Their absence is felt every day, not only by their families, but by classmates, friends, neighbors, and all of us who came to know their names and their stories. There is no sentence that can bring true justice for this kind of evil. Nothing we do today can undo the heartache or fill the empty chairs at family tables. But today's sentencing ensures one thing, that the perpetrator will never again walk free. In fact, he will never harm another family. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Prosecutor Bill Thompson, whose steady leadership has guided this case from the beginning, to the people of Leta County for their trust and commitment to justice, and to the state of Idaho, and to the state, also to the local and federal law enforcement communities who have been focused on bringing justice for the victims. I also want to recognize Jeff Nye, who's the chief of my office's criminal law division, and the team of attorneys in my office who work side by side with local prosecutors. Their contributions were quiet, but vital. They help protect the grand jury's work. They push back against legal challenges and successfully defended the use of advanced forensic tools that helped identify Kohberger. These were groundbreaking legal efforts done with resolve, with care, and in the name of public safety. Their outstanding legal work spared the families and the public from a drawn-out, painful trial that would have reopened wounds and prolonged
Here we
the
go
family's
again, right
agony.
there, Twiz.
When I became the
So
Attorney
you're
General
saying-
2.5 years ago,
You fall asleep?
The goal is to keep everything secret. This is the most transparent way to keep everything secret ever known to man.
I interviewed Jeff Nye. He was not the chief of the criminal division at the time. And I asked him if there was anything he would change in the office of Attorney General. If you get to know Jeff, he had a
Click the
long
link,
list.
Outcast, get
It
up
was a
there.
very long list of things that he would change in the criminal division. But the first thing he talked about was the fact that our office was not helping local prosecutors with their defense, with their prosecution. It was a take it or leave it kind of approach, that we either took the case and handled all the matter, or we did nothing at all. And he said that there were important cases where we could actually assist in the office of Attorney General. It's one of the reasons I
was in
hired
the
him
middle
to
of
be my
eating a
chief
pink
of the criminal
bucket when I read
division.
that.
And I think today culminates the wise decision that he had to make those changes and the important change that we made in the office. This moment didn't come easily. It was the result of tireless effort, careful preparation, and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Behind the scenes, our legal teams worked diligently to defend dozens of legal challenges. Their efforts not only helped ensure a just outcome, they also spared the families and the community
Hold it
from
right
the
there,
painful
Twiz.
trial and endless
Put your hands
appeals
up.
that would have.
Put your hands behind your back. This is Labrador. He's the governor, right?
Put my hands behind your back, not with you being Mr. fucking Glory Hole, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, somebody blamed you for saying glory.
I got a gun in my hand and a knife in the other, dude. Stay
You're
the
gonna
fuck
need a
away
couple
from me.
K-bars, bro. What do you call it? He was the one who went against Scott Green, or tried to take down Scott Green for the Phoenix University Labrador here. And so it was, I saw him get up there and I'm like, oh, cool. Somebody's going to say so. And then within 3 sentences, I completely lost any respect I had for him previously. And I'm like, wow, man, this guy's just a toe the fucking line motherfucker, just like the rest of them. And he sits here and he gives the same fucking rhetoric. But at the same time, it makes me wonder if there is some kind of dissension in the rank. There are people that don't go along with everything. Like this group you see behind you. That group that you see behind fucking Labrador right now, one of them could say the sky is red, and the rest of them will prove it.
Oh, you should have seen them jerking each other off after the press conference, dude.
Did they like literally whip it out and start sucking each other in front of everybody?
Dude, for real. And they were like, "You did great. Oh, we got it.
Doing the one-man band and
100%
shit.
they got." Dude, it was ridiculous.
ODD. What are you saying, Colleen? What's ODD? You know? Are you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
We still need to do Randnautica, man. That's what's gonna solve everything.
Well,
Fuck
if
all
you weren't
this
such a
investigation.
pussy, you would come to Moscow, you little pussy.
I
Ooh,
am come,
Moscow's
dude.
so horrible. I drove to Moscow fucking 4 times in the last week. Okay, I saved like $1.45 per gallon just by driving 8 fucking miles. And then I went there for a doctor's appointment. I haven't died, so what the fuck?
I'm not scared of Moscow, bro. I did the math today, and I was like, okay, it's 6 hours to Pensacola, and then another 6 hours to Trish's house, and then 6 hours to get to Louisiana, 6 hours to get to the first part of Texas, and another 6 hours to get to El Paso, and then you got New Mexico. Then you got to go up through Arizona. You're talking about, if I drive up there, bro, you're talking about 48 hours of driving, and I can only drive for like 3 hours.
Are you a fucking pussy?
Yes.
Dude, I drove here almost straight, minus like the 2 naps that I had to
You're
take.
not driving from Tampa Bay.
Okay, but I drove from Arizona, so like you just have like 3 times that much.
300 times that. Texas alone sucked. And then you won't even let me meet Stormy.
No, you can meet Stormy all you want. Go ahead. But you don't even have to drive through Texas. There's a way you could like go slant through America, I'm sure.
No. You take the
What's your
I-10.
address?
What's my address?
Yeah, what's your address? Tell me right now. I'll put it in my maps.
It's 1122 Boogie Woogie Avenue.
You're a fucking bitch, dude. I know it's not that. What'd you say? Tampa, Florida?
It's Largo.
Well, I'm searching Tampa. It's basically
just type in Largo Mall, Florida, and then
Shithole, Florida. How do I get there?
what did my buddy in California used to call it? Backwater.
It's only 1 day and 18 hours, dude. Don't be a bitch. It's only 2,800 miles, you fucking pussy.
What? 1 day and 18 hours. What does that add
Dude,
up to?
all you do is you drive through.
Wow, I was literally, I think I was 6 hours
No,
off.
shut up. Listen,
I said 48 hours of driving.
Listen, you drive through Washington to Idaho to Montana to North Dakota.
Washington? Montana?
Where are these states at? No,
Those are
South
flyover
Dakota.
states.
You could stop by and fucking wave at Make Peace. South Dakota, Missouri, Tennessee, Georgia, Florida, dude. That's not even that bad. You could do it.
You cannot go that way, dude.
Do you want me to fucking send you the fucking picture?
Yeah, you can go that way if you want to drive 35 miles an hour through mountains.
Well, why the fuck would you drive twice the distance driving south and then fucking north, you fucking
Because
dumb
on
shit?
the I-10, you go 80 miles an hour, bro.
Okay, miles an hour doesn't mean you're going anywhere faster when you drive twice the distance.
It depends on which way the Earth is circulating that day.
That's fucking stupid. Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's all about the rotation of the sun.
Check
I
your
thought
fucking
Outcast was
phone.
coming up here.
Outcast is a pussy, apparently. Outcast, click the fucking
Put the link in there. He
Outcast
came
was like,
back.
let's go to bed last night. And then I clicked
He's
his
probably
link.
doing his fucking makeup and like putting lipstick on
I
his
clicked
butthole.
his link. Why isn't he clicking my link, dude? What the
Right?
fuck? Anyways, check your phone, bitch.
I did hear it right. I can't reach it right now. Where the fuck is it?
That's what you said about your dick.
I lost weight. I can see my dick again. Oh, let's see where. I don't know.
A truck just drove by.
Did you send
Could
me
you
a
guys
dick
hear
pic?
it? Maybe.
Yeah, could you tell who was driving it?
It looked like an older Dodge or something. I don't fucking know. No, I couldn't see shit, dude. That, for all I know, nobody's driving that car, dude. It's a fucking ghost car.
That's the gayest route I've ever fucking seen in my life.
Well, stop being a little bitch, okay?
Because look, I'll take 75 if I was gonna do anything.
Kane, have
Close
you
to
ever
what
done the
this is.
Pythagorean theorem? Dude, use your fucking brain. If you
I
drive
don't
west
need
and you're
no
north, you're
theorem
driving
to drive. I've
twice
driven
the
across this
fucking
country.
distance. Twice the fucking distance.
I founded this country, damn it.
I'm gonna ask JJ if that's true, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna say no.
JJ
'Cause
doesn't
he's gonna
answer
say my
questions.
forefathers' forefather founded this country, and Kane's
But
a
I'm
bitch.
the
That's
new
what JJ 's gonna say.
forefathers. This is the fucking purge, motherfucker.
Is this the purge?
Ah, yes, sir.
God damn
And
it.
murder is legal for the next 8 hours. Blah, blah, blah. No, look, if I was going to do this route, I would take 75 up to Ohio.
That wouldn't be that route then, dude. Just drive the fucking route that it
No,
tells you
because
to.
this route sucks, bro. This
It
route
doesn't.
is
It doesn't. You just
it's
don't get it.
treacherous. You go through all of the
You're
worst
acting
mountain.
like Willie right now, trying to understand the plea deal, dude. Just fucking take it for what it is and fucking go with it, okay?
Okay, guilty. Guilty as charged.
Meg P, women do not run the world. That's a fucking hilarious joke.
The purge runs the world. Ugh, I have an underarm zit that I popped that I shouldn't have popped. Yeah. It might be cancer. I don't know.
You should take a picture and send it to Meg P.
I might have a melanoma because I have a clear mole all of a sudden, and it's getting bigger. I keep trying. You can't pop it. It's impossible. I could do self-surgery and just dig it out. Would that work? Do a little
That's what I would
biopsy on it. Take it to Meg's little crime lab and slice it up.
Dude, P Fox wants to plug her bones on him. P Fox is literally scary.
P-Fox can totally handle it, dude.
Dude, she's scary.
What couldn't P-Fox do?
I don't know. Not
Yeah.
kill me. She's scary.
Meg
Dude.
says I need it. Meg's gonna never let this go. I never should have brought it up. Yeah, it's clear. And then I didn't think about anything of it till the other day. Like, oh, this is what a melanoma looks like. Oh, I'm like, oh shit, that's what I have. Yeah, that's pretty serious. That can kill you like really fast. So maybe I'll die.
Don't die.
I'm gonna try not to die this weekend. Anyway.
Don't die.
Cares. Nobody cares. Anymore. Hulk Hogan died, and I didn't care. I didn't.
You
The guy,
killed him, dude. You killed him. I already texted you that.
Yeah, I'm guilty. They're looking for me. There were so many cops on the beach today. I thought they were gonna catch me. I was like, damn. The beach is crazy though down here,
Don't
dude.
listen
Like
to Meg P. You go deep as you need to. That's what she said.
deep and hard.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Yeah, just me.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna have to shut this down.
No, play more of Labrador.
No, we'll finish it later.
We'll finish it on my show Monday when you come up.
Yep.
You're not coming up.
I might.
Well, you're welcome to. All
What
right, good
time
night,
is it?
everybody. Then I love all of you guys except
If
for
I
you.
can, I will. I always come when I can. That's what she said.
That's not what I heard.
That's also what she said.
Why isn't Chelsea up here?
I don't know. The link's been there the whole time.
Read the notes. Yeah, she could have come up. That would have been fun. Could have been squirrel time. How long are you on now? 4 hours?
4 hours and 43 minutes.
Wow, this is like way past your bedtime. Plus, you're super tired already.
Well, I did take a nap right before I went live, so that helped a lot. I was really fucking tired before that.
I was too. I don't know what hit me. And then I woke up from a dream about Eddie Van Halen. Listen, dude, I was hanging out, and my sister was Jennifer Aniston. And so I went to my mom's house, and I hung out with her, and then I saw
your sister. What kind of fucking what's that one porn website? Anyways, That what kind of porn website is that, dude? You
Joe
banged
Dirt.
It's fucking weird.
Joe Dirt. You can't say that on YouTube, that word. I don't think. Anyway, I'm driving down the road and I see Brad Pitt with a motorcycle helmet and Jennifer's standing right there with my sister, and I'm like, I acted like Warren on something about Mary, he was masturbating. I'm like, Brad Pitt, and he just looked over all cool. I'm like, damn, why can't I be that cool?
Because you're not Joe Dirt, dude.
And then I hung out with Eddie Van Halen, which when I woke up, I thought, wow, that's wild, because I've had 3 Eddie Van Halen dreams. I got one where I was hanging out with his son, and they let me in the house finally. And then the 2, I got to hang out with Eddie. And then last night, I hung out with Eddie, which was wild because Ozzy just died. And so I'm like, wow, they must be hanging out, Ozzy and Eddie and all those people now. And Neil Peart.
Neil Peart.
Am I just rambling now? I feel like I'm rambling.
Yeah, kind of.
You want me to play a quick song for you guys?
No.
On the guitar? I got my electric guitar going. Yes, I'm going to play a fucking song.
I'm going to end the stream.
I'm not going to play a song. I'm just going to play some tasty licks. Jesus.
Is it Master Exploder?
It could be. I never know what I'm going to do. I just do shit. I gotta remember Master Exploder again. Where's the pick? I don't even need a pick. I play fucking.
The POD?
Oh, my fucking cable's gone bad.
This doesn't sound like Master Exploder.
This is the lead. This is the isolated lead. If you isolate it, this is exactly what it sounds like.
If I don't hear Master Exploder in 3 seconds, I'm ending the stream. One, 2, 3. That's the show, folks. Good night.